Well, good morning. What's up, everybody? Hello, hello, hello. Hi, Clavy, Ace, Kuros, ABQ, Suhat, Satchhammer. How we all doing? Let's roll the intro real quick before the next song starts playing. Hi. What's up? How are we all doing today? You might be wondering, but Naguura, why are you streaming right now? You said you're gonna do a late stream. Yeah, I have a story for you. So, why is the intro so dramatic? I know it is. It is. Hey, Zero Cool, what's up? Okay, hear me out, guys. Yesterday, I was recording a Tarisland show. Because they get like another season released on the 22nd, which is funny because that's also when we get the WoW season or like the WoW patch. But anyway, so yesterday we met up with the other content creators and with the host and with the producers, and we were like trying to record the show, and we went through the run of show, and then a content creator called Cannon, I don't know him, but he does like MMO reviews. He joined, and I was under the impression that he knows Tarisland like a lot. Like I thought he knows everything about the game. But then it turns out that he does not. Like he played the beta to review the game, but he didn't play it afterwards anymore. So all of the people that were on this call were not necessarily like experts in Tarisland. Like I played the least amount of Tarisland. The other people played a little bit more, but still not a lot. And this run of show was like to discuss the difference between like season 0 and season 1. And Cannon was like, whoa, guys. I don't think we are knowledgeable enough to talk about this like in depth. We should like scrap some of these questions. And I was like, oh, thank God somebody said it, because I thought the other people are a lot more knowledgeable than me and they're just gonna like answer all of these questions, and I'm just acting as like the newer player that is gonna like throw in some questions once in a while, you know? Like I thought I'm just gonna be here and be like, oh guys, can you like explain this? Oh, I've never done that before. Can you like explain that? You know, like I thought I'm like the content creator that is like new at the game. They're just throwing in stuff questions. But turns out that none of them really were super in, like they didn't play Tarzan for that much either themselves. So it's like, well, what are we gonna do? So we went through the questions and we decided, you know what, we're just gonna have fun with this, and we're gonna scrap the questions that you would need a lot of knowledge for, and we're just like gonna talk about like our impression of the review of season 1, because basically season 1, it's just like a WoW patch where you get raids, you get dungeons, whatever, and they had previews of those. So we just looked at that and we had our and we just had like genuine reactions to it and genuine discussions. So it turned out to be a lot better than I thought. Because initially I thought this is just going to be a shit show, especially for me, because I haven't played Tarzan at all. I mean, I did play it, but like very little, right? I only leveled like a paladin and a mage for a little while. So I really, and I guess I also saw Max and like the liquid people progress the rates a little bit. But yeah, anyway. So we did that whole show, and it took a little bit longer because we had some issues and we had to redo some stuff. So I wasn't done until like 2:30 a.m. or so yesterday. Then I went home, I took a shower, I got ready for bed and whatever, and I was in bed at around 3 a.m., I would say. And then I put my alarm at 10 a.m. because I didn't go to bed until 3, right? And David was leaving today to go to Milan for a concert. And he woke up in the morning. I was like, I'm dead. So I obviously did not get up. So he left, and I heard him, like, have breakfast or whatever. And at some point, I fell back asleep. And then I hear the doorbell ring. And I was like, I'm sure David's going to open the door. And then the doorbell rang again. So I was like, what the fuck? I wake up, I look at the watch. It's 8 a.m. So I was like, what's going on? I go out. I thought David maybe forgot his keys or something and forgot something at home. I don't know. And then I see there's the cleaning lady. I forgot that the cleaning lady is going to arrive at 8 a.m. today. So, yeah. So I couldn't sleep anymore, unfortunately. So, yeah. I haven't had much sleep. I slept from 3 to 5. It is what it is. Yeah, the next Plus tournament is in 2 weeks. Not this weekend, next weekend? Or the weekend after? The weekend after next weekend, I think. Yeah, it could be pouring rain tomorrow. I don't think it will. But yeah. So the plan for today is the plan for today is that we're gonna do Wordles and Wordle adjacent games while I have my coffee here, so I can wake up. And then we're gonna play. Then we're gonna open a vault. We're gonna play World of Warcraft for the rest of the day, until approximately probably until like 4:30 or 4, between 4 and 4:30, because I have an appointment at 6, and I have to go to gym beforehand. Well, not go to the gym, but I have to like work out at home beforehand. So yeah, that's the plan for today. Let me think. No, that's it. Yeah, and then I have to sleep really early today. Because first of all, I'm tired as fuck. But also, tomorrow, I'm doing a sunset hike. I personally think this is really cool. I know that half of you are probably going to be asleep. I know that. But if you're, for whatever reason, awake at 5 a.m. tomorrow, between 5 and 8 a.m., I am going to hike on a mountain in the dark at 5 a.m. with only a headlamp to catch the sunrise on top of the mountain. So if you guys want to look at the sunrise with me, then catch the stream tomorrow, okay? It's going to be great, I think. It might also be really scuffed, who knows? I don't know, the weather is probably kind of shitty, let's be honest here. It's probably going to be very cloudy. So it's possible that I don't see the sunrise at all. It's possible that I stand on top of the mountain and there's no sun. It sucks because I think today would have been so good for this stream. I think today would have been the most amazing sunrise. Because we had fog in the valley today. Like this whole valley today is covered in fog. And I think over the fog, it's blue sky. So it would have been the most amazing sunrise today. But today I couldn't do it. And tomorrow, I don't know if it's foggy. I don't know if it's cloudy. I don't know. It's probably going to be cloudy tomorrow. And it might even rain a little bit. Yeah, so in American time, that is 9 p.m. PST. I think. I think so. 9 p.m. 8? Are you sure? Did they already have summer or like time change? Yeah, for UK time, it's going to be 4 a.m. Well, to be fair, guys, like if you can't catch the start of the stream, it's not going to be the end of the world because I'm just going to be hiking. And it's a very steep hike. So I'm not going to be able to talk that much probably. And you won't see that much since it's dark as fuck. So the most interesting thing is going to be the actual sunrise when I'm at the top. Yeah, but 9 hours is actually 9 p.m., right? So it's 5 a.m. minus 5 minus 4 is... Or 9, 10, 11... Oh, no, it is 8. It's too early to do math. All right, guys. Well, anyway, so we do that tomorrow. If you want to join, join. Otherwise, do whatever the hell you want. I'm not your mother. I don't know what to wear tomorrow for this hike. Like, I assume it's going to be very cold. Dude, I think it's going to rain. Guys, it's going to be so cloudy. You're not going to see shit. This is the weather for tomorrow, guys. Oh, you don't see it. Fuck. There. We're not gonna see the sunrise, guys. It's not gonna happen. Either way, it's gonna be fun. It's not that cold, though. It's only 11 degrees. That's not super cold. So I should be okay. Hey, Gachan. Shana. There's 0 chance of sunrise, apparently. 0 chance of seeing the sun. So, well, we'll see what it looks like. Dun, dun. Do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. All right. Let's play some Mortals. I should wear a bear costume, yeah. Sounds like a plan. So, okay, maybe we already started the treadmill. I need to wake up a little. I'm still half asleep. Oh, I don't think Nagini has evolved, guys. Poor Nagini. All right. Let's see how... I think my brain is not going to be fast enough for Wordles today. But we will see. Okay. Let's take a look. Oh. What is this? Brent? Is that a word? Brent? Grant. Okay, there we go. Yesterday was a joke. Yeah, yesterday was actually so difficult. It was the weirdest word, right? It was corer. Yeah, I remember. Corer. What kind of word is that? That was so messed up. Yeah. No, it's not even a word, right? Vidane? Yeah, I agree. That was super messed up. Okay, so now we're going to do our nerdle. Okay, so we have a 2-digit number with a plus. Maybe it's just plus plus. Oh, wait. I have a lot of numbers already. Let's do 5, 3, 2, 7. It's 80. Okay, so it is just a simple addition, but I have to figure out what kind of addition. Oh, this is going to be something. So 27 is 90. 97, I guess. I don't know. Okay. Oh, I missed a 3, actually. So... Oh, God. Man, that was somehow difficult. There we go. That was like the most difficult. Like what? That was the easiest calculation, but so hard to figure out because I had like, I mean, it could have been any addition really, because I had so many numbers available. Man, this connections wordle is just bugged. Whoever is doing this wordle, because from like this used to be actually very difficult, but now it's just bugged. You see, it's always this row. It's always in the correct row. It's like blue, green, red, yellow, Apple, Starbucks, Target, Subway, Rapid, Swift, Express, Quick, bus, train, subway, tram, right? Like, I'm gonna stop playing this game if they don't fix it. This is dumb. Whoever is coding connections wordle, do your job. Okay, so now we're gonna play global. So the country that we're looking for is 7,580 kilometers from Germany, or 4,710 miles. Which is pretty far away, probably like down here. Let's try Africa first. Let's try Zambia. All right, Zambia is further away. So let's try Nepal. Nepal is even further away. So that means it's somewhere here. So let's try Panama. 1,765 kilometers from Panama. So it could be Guatemala. It's not Guatemala. It could be Cuba. Oh wait, it's not Cuba. It could be Guinea. Oh wait, wrong Guinea. Oh. Well then, what about? What about? New Guinea is here then, right? And what are all of these countries called next to Venezuela? Isn't it French Guinea and like New Guinea, and then there's one more that I forgot the word, the name from. Oh my God, what is it called again? What is this country over there? Guyana, true. There we go. Guyana, of course, not Guinea. I'm stupid. Hey, Lauren, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate that. Guyana, of course. I'm an idiot. Guyana, all right. Good morning, Lauren. I hope you're having a good day so far. All right, now we look for a city, a capital city. And the capital city we're looking for is 8,600 kilometers from Berlin. That is very far. Hanoi. Okay, so it's not this direction. I think Lima. So Hanoi is closer than Lima. I guess it's South Africa somewhere then, right? Windhoek. Oh, okay, so it's 930 kilometers from Windhoek, which means it is the capital of Zimbabwe, which is what? Anyone? Harare? Wait, that's not Zimbabwe, right? Okay, wait, I'm Googling this. Oh, it is Zimbabwe. I meant Botswana, of course. Botswana is in between. Gaborone? There we go. Gaborone. Okay, do I remember all of this now? Let's see. Gaborone is Botswana, and Zimbabwe is Harare. How do you remember this? Harare. Okay, so the Zimbabwe I just remember is like rare. Of course. Rare. Harare. Rare. Okay, yeah, this is gonna work. For sure I will remember this. And then Gaborone is just, it's Gabon, but like Gaborone. Gabon, Gabo, run. Gabon. Harambe's cast in Harare. Harambe, Harare. Yeah. Gabo, run. Hi, what do you think about the current player base of WoW? And have you just tend to not play the game because of various things? And from expansion to expansion, and newcomers are less and less? I mean, you just made that up. Like, I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong. It's just that we don't actually have the numbers or facts for the statement you just made. So I can't give you my opinion on something that I don't know to be true or false, right? Like, is it true that we get less newer players from expansion to expansion? I don't know. You don't know either. You just made that up. So it's like, people always have the feeling that there's less and less players, and it might or might not be true. I don't know. Like, it's like we don't actually know for a fact, right? Sometimes you maybe have the impression that there's less people playing because of various different things. Maybe it's like friends that you're playing with that stop playing. Maybe I just read the internet. Yeah, but yeah, like, your internet is giving you the things that you want to hear. It's not like it's an algorithm, yeah? Or maybe not the things that you want to hear, but the things that you're engaging with. So people on the internet say many things. Blizzard hides the amount of subs, don't they? I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say hiding it. I would say they're just not disclosing it. Like, they don't have to disclose how many subs they have, right? But that doesn't mean that it's like a malicious thing. Like, they're not hiding it. They're just not saying it. They're not like publicly disclosing it. It would be weird if they did. People don't generally disclose stuff like this for no reason, right? What's the highest played MMO out there, player base wise? I mean, of course, yeah, of course it is. WoW is of course incredibly popular, yeah, overall. I think what people are certainly feeling is the decline of players from the start of an expansion or the start of a patch to later on. So, okay. Let's draw some pictures. All right. So the most natural thing ever to happen is this. So let's say this is the amount of players that we have. Okay, that's an R, not a P. That's a D now, but whatever. Players. Number of players. And this is time. Okay. So let's say there's an expansion release here. Then there's a patch release here, and there's a patch release. And then this is an expansion release, okay? So the way the player base evolves or moves around these releases is like this. All right, so this is like the end of an expansion. So it's like okay, this is approximately how the player curve goes, okay? So basically, this is like the lowest you'll have your player base be, which is like before the next expansion comes out. So like 2 months or so before the next expansion comes out, the player base will be at its lowest, right? Then the expansion gets released, loads and loads of people come back to the game. Then they play for a little while, and after a couple of weeks, they're like, I have other things to do again, or I don't want to play anymore. Now, people always, whenever, let's say you're a player that plays WoW all of the time, and let's say we're currently in here somewhere, in this timeline. Like, let's say we're currently here. If you're a WoW player, you will feel the decline, right? Like, you will feel that there's less people and less hype around the game compared to like a few weeks ago when you were here. Like, the difference between this time and this time is obviously very noticeable for you as a player. So when you play the game and you're here, you probably have this feelings like, oh my god, WoW is dying, oh my god, what's wrong with the game? Like, why are people leaving? Why is this? Why is that? What did Blizzard do wrong? What could they do better? What could they do different? Blah blah blah, right? And then, right before the next patch comes out, the mood of the WoW players is at its all-time low. And you're like, oh my god, like what could they possibly do? Like, this game is dying, it's dying. Like, there's no way we can get anything different or whatever. And then a new patch gets released, and we get a spike in player base, and all of a sudden everything's good again. And you're like, oh, this is great. New raid, new dungeons, everything's great. There's people playing again, like this is amazing. And then the same thing happens again, where you end up being here, and you're like, oh my god, what happened? Like, where did the players go? Is this game dying? What's going on? Then next patch, same thing repeats, and then it goes all the way to the bottom, and you're like, oh my god, there's no way this game is just gonna be dying, like blah, blah, blah. And then new expansion, and then the cycle repeats. Okay? This is literally how the circle of life and death of World of Warcraft is, right? And no, the thing though is that no matter, literally, like it's literally completely irrelevant how good or bad an expansion is, this will always be the case. The only thing that changes is like the maximum player number, right? So this curve will always be approximately like this. Sometimes it might be further up, like so, you know? Or sometimes it might be further down, like it doesn't peak as high. But it will approximately always be like this. So no matter if the expansion is good or bad, you will always feel this like downtrend as a player, right? You'll always feel like, oh my god, people are leaving, like my friends are not playing anymore, my guild is losing players, like blah, 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 right? Does that mean that the game is dying? No. Whenever you get this feeling, do you have any idea of how good the game is doing overall? No, not really, right? Like, the thing is, whenever you are in this moment, you will feel the decline in player base, but you as a player will never have the complete overview of how many people are playing overall. Like, you will never know if the curve is like more on the yellow side, if it's more on the purple side, or more on the orange side. That's something that Blizzard knows. We as players, it's going to be very hard for us to know. Like, for example, people thought that BFA was the worst expansion ever. BFA was actually doing really well number-wise for Blizzard, right? So, I think whatever you guys are feeling is true, it's not actually true. Most of the time. Hey, Kalabasi, what's up? God, is this boomkin propaganda? Exactly. Stop walking, you're getting tired. But don't you feel that this is true? My friends stopped playing it long ago. I mean, yeah, this is true. That's why I drew it. I do believe this to be true, yes. Let's just consider the players who were raiding in Casanathia and now, or 1-2 patches before. The numbers of guilds who engaged with heroic or mythic bosses is declining. We can think about these metrics or indicators. Okay, link me these metrics then. Link these metrics to me. I suggest you investigate more and compare more rates. But have you actually compared the rates, or are you just saying you did? Like, did you actually look at the amount of numbers? Also, did you compare them properly? Not to mention the fact, okay, if you're comparing rate numbers, which is a good indicator for things, it's not a perfect indicator because just because, like, not everyone that plays World of Warcraft is also rating, right? So, is it a perfect comparison to look at rate numbers? No, not really. Is it a good indicator? I would say yes, because most people are going to do at least some version of the rate. The problem is just what kind of rate are you looking at? If you're looking at heroic rate, that's something that not that many people do. And that number could certainly fluctuate, right? Especially at the start of the expansion, people might do less heroic rates compared to later on in comparison to the overall numbers. So comparing heroic rates to one another is not necessarily the best indicator of the player base overall. It's better than nothing, though. But sometimes what people do, like whenever you look at numbers, you have to be smart, okay? You have to logically look at the numbers and compare them in a way that makes sense. You can't look at how many people killed heroic Ansarak versus how many people killed some like Firak. Because those are different points in the expansion. And Firak was up for a whole season, while Ansarak was not. Can you link the thing that Chrissy linked, Cross? Okay, Castle Nathria, for example, would be a better... Castle Nathria would, of course, be the better rate to compare it to this rate. But I'm not sure... See, but now what you're doing... Let's see, what kind of metric is this? This is Castle Nathria, Albas, Heroic, World Factions. Yeah, okay. See, now you already have a huge mistake in your data, right? Okay. See, this doesn't make any sense, right? Let me explain to you why. Like, you're sending me the amount of people that killed... that killed a boss in Heroic, I guess, is what this is, right? So you're saying that 18,100 guilds are doing Heroic in this expansion, while in Castle Nathria we had 47,000. And if you don't logically think, then you could assume, oh, wow, that is crazy. Like, there's so many more guilds that raided in Castle Nathria. Now, there's a very big, important thing that you're missing out on. When you look at Castle Nathria, how many guilds have killed the first boss, you're looking at the whole season. Like, this is like 6 months of Castle Nathria. And you're comparing it to how many guilds have done a boss in Naguura Palace in how many weeks do we have this patch now? Like a month. So you're comparing 1 month of raiding in this expansion versus like 6 months of raiding. And not even 6 months, it's like 2 years. Because I'm sure people have killed these bosses even when the season was over. Not to mention the fated season, right? So you're looking at numbers from a whole expansion from 2 years, and you're comparing it to a month, right? If you're going to be comparing these numbers, then you have to also condense the time that you're looking at to the start of the expansion, right? You can't just look at the whole expansion. You have to look at the first month of Castle Nathria and then compare it to the first month of Naguura Palace, if you want to compare numbers like that. See, this is always the issue with people, this is always the issue with people and looking at data. Like, we always have so much data, we have so much information available to us, and then people are just not looking at it in like a logical way. All of this data and all of these statistics are useless if you're not gonna compare them properly. Like, you do need to make sure that the playing field is even. That's like the baseline of any kind of statistic, of any kind of like comparison. You need to make sure, if you're comparing A and B, that both of them have like an even playing field. You can't just compare numbers from a year to numbers from a month. Obviously, that doesn't make sense, and you're not going to get any meaningful information out of it, right? Thank you so much for 45 months yet, Blue. What's up? I finally started playing Druid Bear, though. Hey, Uva. Of course, but even if you consider 50% fault data, it's still so much more. What do you mean 50% fault data? That's just not how things work. You can't just compare 2 years of rating versus 1 month of rating and then say, oh, let's just consider 50% fault data. Like at that point, what are you doing? Like that's just not how you look at data, yeah? That's just made up numbers. What should you do? Also, the much more important thing is, like, completely disregard these numbers right now. The most important thing is, like, why do you care? Why do you care how many people overall are currently playing the game versus how many people have been playing 2 years ago or 4 years ago? Like, is this really important information for you to how, like, do you need to know this to know how you feel about the game? Isn't it important what you think of the game? Are you enjoying the game right now or not? How does it matter how many people are overall playing? Sometimes the game overall might have less players, but I enjoyed more. And sometimes the game overall might have more players and I enjoyed less. You don't need to be, like, this whole overall kind of numbers and how many people are playing overall, like, I don't think, like, this is something that people constantly talk about. I feel like because you want to be, I'm not really sure why people do this, but I think you want to be, like, maybe you're unsure about how you feel about the game. Maybe you're a bit bored of the game. Maybe you're just currently not happy. And I feel like in your head you want confirmation that the game is just currently not doing so well to confirm your feelings. Is that what it is, maybe? Like, maybe you're like, oh, I'm not sure. Like, do I like WoW right now? Do I not? I don't know. Like, maybe you're, like, on the fence. And then people are trying to, like, justify their feelings. And they want to, like, see I'm right. Like, the game is just worse right now. Because you see there's less people playing, right? But in the end, like, think about it. Do you need this confirmation? No, right? You shouldn't be influenced by how many people are overall playing. Like, you are the one that is playing this game, and you should either enjoy it or not enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, then don't play, right? The fact of how many people are playing overall shouldn't be influencing you. So this whole data comparison, what's the point? Either you play the game because you like it or you don't. I think this whole overall discussion of how enjoyable the game is right now overall is just kind of pointless because, as I said, we don't have the proper data anyway. So just make up your own mind. You don't have to look at overall numbers. If at some point Blizzard will release the actual numbers on how many people are actually overall playing, then we can, like, take a look at it and discuss them and, like, maybe theorize on why this is happening or why not. But no reason to, like, randomly make up numbers or randomly assume things when we just don't know. Are you worried about criticizing the game or something? Me? No, what? Why? I personally just don't like it when people make up stuff. Like, I couldn't care less how many people are playing. Like, if the expansion currently is doing worse than previously, I don't really care, right? Like, I really don't. But I'm not gonna say that the expansion is doing worse when I don't know. Like, I don't have the data, yeah? Also, again, I don't necessarily care because I'm playing the game if I enjoy it and otherwise I don't, right? It's not, like, my personal opinion is not being influenced on how many people are playing overall, right? It's all I'm saying. Not attacking or defending the game. I just see things on the internet, wanted to talk about it on the chat, that's all. Yeah, and I also just explained it to you. Like, because this happens so many times where people are wondering if the game is dying or if it's not and whatever. And all I'm telling you is that we don't really know. And that people always have this feeling, right? If you're in a decline. Do you snowboard or ski? I currently ski, but I also snowboard. 70% of the player base have already left. Source, trust me, bro. People want WoW to die while playing WoW. I personally think that a lot of people that want WoW to die are actually people that don't play the game anymore. But, like, I think there's quite a lot of players that used to play WoW at some point and actually enjoyed it a lot. But they don't like it anymore now. And they want the game to actually just completely die. Just because, like, honestly, I think, and I'm not talking to, like, anyone in chat right now, yeah? This is not about anyone from you. But I do think that there's some people who are actually jealous or, like, envious of people that currently enjoy the game. This is like a tinfoil hat theory I have, yeah? I think some people that don't play WoW anymore, they don't like it anymore. Maybe they just don't have people anymore that they can play with. Maybe their friends don't play anymore. And, you know, they can't play it anymore. Either they don't like it or their friends are not playing anymore. And I honestly think they're a little bit jealous that other people are still enjoying it because it gives them this, like, memory of how it was for them when they still liked it and when they still had friends playing. So they'd rather have the game die completely and no one playing it anymore to not have this feeling of, man, what if I still had friends that would play? What if I would still enjoy the game? Like, I think it's a little bit of, like, it's honestly FOMO, I think. I think it's a little bit of FOMO mixed with jealousy, you know? And they'd rather just have the game to be completely dead so they don't have to think about it. They don't have to think about the fact that other people are enjoying it and they're not. And they don't have to think about this, like, feeling of missing out right now, you know? Die-hard classic fans are toxic towards retail too. Yeah, that is also true. They try so hard to convince people retail is bad. that is even a little bit stranger to me, the whole classic versus retail thing. Because the truth is that the better retail does, the better classic does. Like, it goes hand in hand, yeah? And whenever you're like a really diehard classic player or a diehard retail player, you in theory would want the other game to do well because that's only going to be a positive effect on your own game, right? But a lot of people don't understand that. I think there's some people who actually think that one is taking away resources from the other, you know? Which is not necessarily true. So I think that's where this opinion maybe comes from. Where it's also maybe, again, it could also just be jealousy where the classic player, if you only play classic, when there's like a new content that comes out in retail, then obviously there's less people playing classic. And then I guess they are jealous that so many people are playing retail and that they are not enjoying retail and stuff like that, right? I think it's like a combination of all that. The amount of diehard classic players that tell me they don't play retail because it's too easy is actually mind-boggling. It really shows they've never played or hardly played, yeah. I mean, this whole discussion about it being harder is obviously stupid because it's true that the easiest content in retail is easier than classic. But the hardest content in retail is infinitely harder than anything that classic has, of course. And this is not even my opinion, this is literally just a fact. Yes, it's not even a discussion, you know? And anyone who thinks otherwise is just delusional and making shit up. All right. Before we continue with our WoW talk, I have to finish my Wordles. I haven't finished the Wordles. So, today I'd like to go from Chile to Costa Rica. Okay, so from Chile to Costa Rica. So we have to go Peru, Colombia, right? Or Brazil. Peru? Colombia? Wait. I think so, yeah. Okay. Panama. There you go. Okay. I definitely think they're going to bring Planderstorm back. They definitely going to bring that back. They just want Planderstorm to be temporary because they don't want their player base to play Planderstorm instead of WoW, right? So it's going to be a seasonal thing whenever WoW has like a downtime, probably. All right, so today I'd like to go from question mark to question mark. Wait, I'm confused. What country is this? Wait, what country is this? Wait a second. Wait, don't tell me. What is this? Huh? Wait, I feel like this is like a really obvious country, but I don't know what it is. Oh, it's Spain! Of course. It's Spain. Then what is this, though? Oh, God. Is this, what is this? I think it's, North Macedonia or something? Israel? Oh, it could be, yeah, it's Israel, actually, yeah. Yeah, Israel. Yeah, it's Israel. Okay, so Syria, Turkey, Bulgaria, Serbia, Hungary, Austria, Switzerland, France. There you go. And that was difficult. Oh, that's Chile to... What is this? Guatemala? No. Venezuela. It's a bit small for Venezuela, isn't it? Okay, let's see. Peru? Oh! It's like... It's Suriname, I think. Yeah, I think it's Suriname. Wait, fuck. Yeah, it's Suriname. Hey, Biggle, I'm good. How are you doing? Oh. This is Oman. And this is Iraq. It is not Iraq. It is Syria. Syria, okay. Okay, one more, then we move on. So... Okay. This one I'm lost. Is this in Africa? I think this is in Africa. Is this... It's Paraguay? Which one? The bottom one? Wait, it might be Paraguay. Then what's the top one, though? Is this... Oh, is it Ecuador? No. It could be Ecuador. Okay, let's try. Does Ecuador border Brazil? No, right? It borders Peru. What else is Ecuador border? Colombia. Let's do Peru. Fuck. Wait, okay, this is something else. This is Mexico. No, it's not. It's Costa Rica. No. Fuck, what? It's Nicaragua. Yeah, it's Nicaragua. Okay. Now, okay. Okay. All right. Well, close enough. Okay, that was a bit bad, guys. But it's difficult. The shapes of countries is so hard to tell. How the hell does anyone know what the shape of a country is? Other than Italy. Hey, Geneva, what's up? How you doing? So, we're looking for a ranged mana melee tramp. There's not a human. Let's check Seraph. And she... Oh! Okay, look Seraph, but it's Vel'Koz then, right? There we go. You're welcome, guys. You're welcome. Sunshine when she's gone. Oh, there's no new Wordle. Wowdle. Alright, let's open the vault then. Let's do it. Another week without Spy Masters? Well, I won't have Spy Masters in my vault either because I don't have a raid vault. When she's gone. So the odds of me getting Spy Masters is incredibly small. Maybe get something good. Let us see. Okay, you guys ready? Let me get some more coffee before I open this. Oh my god. I just spilled coffee onto my face. Hey, Sandranos, thank you so much for 6 months. What's up? How are you doing? Goes away. All right. Both of this is probably bad because... Okay, I already have myth boots. Okay, I hope the belt is good. Well, I have to take the belt. But that means I have to put my embellishment somewhere else. I mean, it's fine because I have to craft something anyway. Ugh. Actually, I can't craft anything because I need to farm stuff first. Like, I actually have to farm Valor Stones and Gilded Crests before I can craft anything.
What do you seek?
God. Okay, we really have to farm things. Okay, whatever, we got this. What is the affix this week? Coffee and face brings luck? Yeah, that's what I heard. All right. Let's do it. And we need to farm some score. But, okay, let's farm 11s. Even though I technically need score. But I need Valor Stones more. Because I need loot. I hope they raise the cap and the crest a bit. I'm actually gonna walk a little bit slower. 2.5. Oh my god, this feels like a stroll in the park now. God, this is so slow. Hey, Tetzer, thank you so much for 59 months. What's up? Thank you very, very much. Hope they raised the cap and the crest a little bit. I felt way too gated this time around. I personally still even have to get to the cap. I'm missing like 200 crests. Oh well. I'll get there. Nah, I'm not writing anymore. I'm actually so happy that I'm not raiding anymore. God. I would be so miserable if I had to raid in the evening every, like, 3 days a week. I'm actually so happy. Guys, today they're putting the wallpaper into the apartment. I'm really excited to see it. I really want to go and see you later today or tomorrow. Oh, nice. Wait, what? I have to pay 54 euros for some delivery? Are they insane? Man, I swear I hate the post office. Every time you order something, like, the Italian delivery service is so stupid. I mean, I assume it's stupid everywhere, but yeah. Thank you so much for 2 months, Paskuska. Thank you so much. Welcome back. And thanks for triggering a hype train. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, so the way the delivery service sometimes works, like, they just come up to you and say, hey, here's your parcel, but you need to pay, like, 13 euros for, like, customs. And then I'm like, well, why did no one tell me this beforehand? Like, do I get a receipt or something? And they're just like, no. Like, it's the dumbest thing. It's so strange. Like, why wouldn't they be able to contact you beforehand or something? Or why don't they tell the person that is sending it? Like, I honestly don't understand why the person that is sending it is not paying for this. Because if you're ordering something for a company, they could just include that amount somewhere, right? So now I got this email that I need to pay 54 euros, but then I don't even know for which parcel it is. Like, what am I paying for here? In Hungary, they send an email and you can pay for it, and then it gets delivered next day. See, that would be perfect, Evelyn. That'd be perfect if I would get an email like that. I mean, to be fair, I actually got an email that says, hey, to receive your parcel, I'm supposed to send my fiscal code? No. Whatever. They want to have, like, some personal information, and they want to have a written consent that I'm accepting the payment of the 54 euros. The problem now is that they're not telling me what it is. Like, nowhere in this email does it tell me what the parcel is or who sent it. So, so I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to be paying for here. I'm currently figuring out what this is, guys. This is what it means, right? Okay, wait. Kuros? This is what they want me to write. Can you rewrite this in proper Italian so I can include it in the email? I assume I just have to write, I accept the payments, blah, blah, blah. Or like, I'm okay with it or whatever. On advice. Alright, let's do it.
5, 4, 3.
Hey, Juvielka, what's up? How are you doing?
And now you learn the true lesson of the void.
So here we are. High Speaker Irish. Or is it just Irish now? He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse. Wee sleepy, cowering, timorous beastie.
Shielded.
Thank you, girls. Just the same. Wait a second. So what is the affix again? I guess I'll see it in a second. Oh, it's the balls. Oh, the balls are actually annoying. Don't get me wrong, I usually like balls. But these ones are very annoying to collect. Because I'm a ranged player and I don't want to walk around 24/7 to collect balls.
Shielded.
Helen Bauer. The same. Hey, Almighty Witch Doctor, what's up? How are you doing today? How is your day?
Zephyr.
Forever. Be forever. Forever. You and me.
What's this?
So,
Is that Gollum fused with something else? Titanic earthen technology enhanced with magical augments.
wait, why are we getting balls right now? We're not even in combat.
Interesting.
I mean, I like it, but it's good for my cooldowns. Wait, what do the balls do again? Are they the cooldown reduction thing? Oh no, it's mastery, okay.
Offensive measures engaged. Dominant intruder identified.
Shielded.
Seismic protocol activated.
Mage got a nice vault. Nice, congrats. That vault was pretty shitty, but it's, you know, it is what it is. I only had a double vault anyway. I'm not really expecting my vault to be good anymore when I'm not really unlocking it properly. I had an MDI meeting yesterday. We were discussing like the levels and affixes and stuff. It's gonna be so strange to have MDI with no affixes basically. Hey Aja, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing great. Hey Sepper, what's up?
Seismic protocol activated.
So yeah, I'm really looking forward to MDI. You guys heard as well that Echo is not competing anymore for the MDI, right?
Zephyr.
So don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm sad they're not competing anymore, right? But then at the same time, it is like exciting for the MDI, I think, right? Because obviously Echo has won like all of the MDIs or like most of them. So it's gonna open up the competition a bit more, and maybe there's more people that even try to compete because maybe they now think that they would have a better chance. So again, like, I'm not saying it's good that they stop, but I do think it might be interesting for a competition. I do want to say one thing though, by the way. Like, people actually suck a little bit, because I talked to Miris about like the MDI, and he said how, and he was not complaining, like he basically said, you know, like we've competed for so long and we've had like different, like our lives have moved on over the years and we have other commitments and blah blah blah, and it all made sense, right? And he said we already considered to stop like the last time because of the time commitment and whatnot. And then he also said, and the motivation to play is a bit low, because no matter if they win or lose, a lot of people are angry.
Looks like the main door's locked.
Because if they win,
These paths should lead us to an access
a lot of people are angry that it's always them winning, you know? And maybe not angry, but like, they're like, oh, Echo again, you know? And if they lose, then people are like, wow, like, how could you possibly lose, you know? So it's actually pretty sad. Not, I mean, I'm sure they also have loads of fans, right? Like, it's not that they don't have any fans at all. They obviously have loads of fans. But then at the same time, it is true. Like, people were just kind of jaded, I guess, that Echo was winning all of the MDIs. So a lot of people were just kind of like bored, I guess, by them winning all the time. Which definitely diminished the achievement for them, for sure. And in the end, they probably were competing for themselves, right? Because they obviously are very competitive players. So I'm sure they were competing for them mainly, for their own achievement. But still, if a lot of people are like unhappy if they win, that obviously like sucks a little, right? So yeah, it's a bit sad. Hey Steve. Yeah, it is the same in every competition. I'm not saying that this is unique to World of Warcraft or whatever. I know that this is true in other competitions as well, of course, in other sports.
Shielded.
Why did you stop doing well first with liquid? They seem more your vibe. What does it mean they seem more your vibe? I'm vibing a lot with the Echo casters and with the Echo players. I mean, I've played with the Echo players, yeah. Like a lot of people that play in Echo, I played with them myself. Like I raided with them myself, yeah. So to say that I would vibe more with the liquid people is a bit weird, considering that I'm literally an EU player myself that play with many people that play in Echo now.
A stone to call
I am definitely vibing with Makes a lot, right? But
Fascinating.
the thing is that Makes and I are probably never going to be casting the Race of First together, because usually it's either me or her. We usually share a spot. Because we're both EU
Shielded.
female casters. So usually they want to like fill a certain like demographic. It's not, I don't want to say that they usually do that, but you know, we're very similar. We're both German speaking. We're both female, we're both casters from EU, right? So people usually say, okay, we either get Naguura or we get Makes. That's usually how it works. So it's gonna be rare for me and Makes to cast together in a Race of First. Hey, John. It's less that people don't want to of that demo. Yeah, it's not that people don't want to. It's more that multiple people want the demo, so you get split up. Yeah. I guess that's a good way of putting it. Yeah. Because I mean, I casted with Makes before. It's not that I casted with for Liquid with Makes before, so it's not that it's impossible. Like it's not that they don't want two of us, right? But yeah, as John said. Usually we're getting split up because of that. But yeah, I'm vibing with both Liquid casters and Echo casters, and I'm also vibing with the players as well. Like,
call forth the darkness.
I don't think that I'm vibing more with one or the other. I don't know why you would think that. But I would like to know why you think that, because as I said, like I personally think I'm vibing with both. But if there's something that you think is weird, or like that is like not, like if you think there's some weird vibe going on or whatever, I would like to know, you know? If you think that there's some like weird dynamic or something. Because otherwise I can't really imagine what you think would be weird or what would be better. So if there's some feedback that you have, then definitely let me know. Did you watch it?
Shielded.
Maybe I worded wrong, you're just extremely funny. Echo seems serious. First of all, thank you. Thank you that you think I'm extremely funny. Thank you so much, I appreciate that. But I think what you're currently talking about is the raiders. Like you're probably speaking about the raiding environment, not the actual broadcast, right? I think. Because the Echo broadcast is certainly not very serious at all. I assume you mean like the raiding environment, like the raid comms. Because it is true that usually the Liquid raid comms are a lot more silly and less serious than the Echo comms. But obviously, me as a caster, I don't have anything to do with the comms anyway. I'm only part of the broadcast. But when it comes to the actual broadcast and to the production, I would certainly think that the echo broadcast is less silly, and the liquid broadcast is more serious. Like, I think it's actually the other way around. If I would have to make a comparison between the two. Not to say that one is better or worse, but I certainly think the echo broadcast is a little bit more on the sillier side in comparison, right? While the liquid broadcast is more on like the professional side. Again, whatever is better or worse is like personal preference, right?
Look for a service tunnel nearby. You should be able to take a minecart back to central processing.
I'm walking in a walking pad, yep. And yes, I'm weird like that. Speaking of walking on a walking pad, tomorrow at 5 a.m. CET, if you don't know what to, if it's like 5 a.m. in the morning and you don't know what to do with your life, you should go check out my stream, because I'm going to be hiking on top of a mountain while real life streaming, just so I can catch the sunrise at the top, and I'm going to share it with you guys. This might be the most scuffed stream ever, or it might be really, really cool. So don't miss the sunrise tomorrow. If you've never went on a sunrise hike, I haven't either. This is actually going to be the first time I'm hiking up for a sunrise. I really hope I can see the sun, because apparently it's supposed to be very cloudy. But fuck it, we're going to give it a try anyway. I also hope that the internet connection is going to be good on my way up. But it's a very steep hike, so it's very possible that I won't be able to like speak a lot anyway. I'm going to try to go as slow as possible, so I'm not like super, super out of breath. But yeah, it's going to be difficult for me to talk a lot, considering how steep the hike is. Raisins. Hanging on. Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
No, I walked into that because I wanted to collect the orb. Fuck. Hey, Shazam, good morning. What mountain? The mountain is called Wolfskofel, I think is what the mountain is called. Wait, somebody left. Why would you leave? We have 13 minutes left. Nah, there's no shot. We easily would have timed this, no? To be fair, I did just walk the wrong direction. Nah, really? We could have timed this easily, no? I think we easily could have timed this.
No, 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 no.
I love that Medic joined the Echo broadcast. Yeah, me too. It was really fun costuming Medic. It's really good costumes, way more professional, and to me, over a long period of time, that gets boring, while the Echo Cast is more goofy and makes time pass by so fast. Yeah, it really is like personal preference. I think, I don't know, like it's hard to tell. Sometimes people enjoy things to be like more like serious or more professional, and other times people enjoy it to be more silly. Sometimes people say, "Oh my God, these casters are just talking nonsense all day. They're not explaining anything," you know. Like it really just depends. All right, I'm gonna go get my lunch. And while I get the lunch, I want to watch a video. What are we watching? Is there any new content? Any Dreadnoughts videos? Weekly Vault, Silken Cord Mythic. I need some content to watch, guys. Oh, wow, wait. Yeah, I guess we watch the probably see you. What are they talking about? Why is everything so hard? Okay, I like it.
It's episode 44 of the Potty Sea. This week, Diablo 4 has released. That's, I guess, the new expansion. Max, you've been playing a bunch of that on stream. How's that been going?
Give it a try.
All right, speaking of
Okay,
WoW stuff,
we're
there was
back.
a big change to key rewards and stuff, and affixes too. So this is a pretty big one where, let's go point by point on these. They increased the duration of the buff given by the good affixes from 20 to 30 seconds. So they made the kind of the kiss part of the kiss curse affixes a little bit kissier, which I like that. I feel like a lot of them were kind of low enough impact that you didn't feel them. Increasing duration is probably good for that, especially the cooldown reduction one. That's really nice. Dorky, what do you think of that change?
I mean, good changes all around.
Yeah, the
Let's
big one for
say
you is the Guile one, right?
Well, so I've got mixed opinions about that one. On one hand, it's nice because it's not as steep of a jump, and that's something we've been complaining about, right? Like we've been complaining about how you do 2 chest 11s, and everyone's out here pugging 11s easily. Maybe not easily, but it's pretty reasonable because you're 2 chesting them. And then you enter plus 12 key range, where you're literally wiping before you even reach the first boss. And that alleviates the whole gap. But I wish they had just kept the HP part and reduced the damage part, or just completely removed the damage part and just make it like what it was like in beta. Because
only
damage is so high at the moment. Yeah. The damage portion is so high right now in keys, and it's going to become a problem in like a 13 or 14 instead of a 12 or whatever you were doing before. It should be like 1 key level higher. So that I'm still super against.
Dude, I was so happy to see that post. I made a tweet that popped off.
Yeah, yo, that fucking tweet, man. You made it. It's crazy, man. You just make a tweet and you just suddenly make changes.
So Dratnos, Dorky and I are hanging out in Dorky Court off stream with a couple of people, and
Mhm.
Dorky just has this like beautiful idea that came down from on high, and he goes, "It's just nines are too hard, and there's a part of the player base I think they're gonna give up, and there's just not a good way to get Gilded Crest, and there's these people stuck at 619, and they're too low level, so they don't get invited to the +9 farms, and then they never get their crest." And I was like, Dorky, that's amazing. I'm gonna tweet that and give you 0 credit. And that's exactly what I did. It got like 2K likes. Like people were like, Max, dude, you get it. You totally get it, man.
Man of the people.
Man
Dude,
of
I've
the
seen
people.
some
New man of the
amazing
people.
tweets, man.
And I just
Those-
totally stole it from Dorky.
Max
Hell yeah.
saving a plus one by one.
Yeah, so this is they moved the Gilded Crest to 8s instead of 9s. That is super nice. I mean, we were kind of talking about this last week on the pod, right? Like some of the kind of friction that got added in, we feel like was a bit much of making the key rewards a little bit, less, and a little bit harder to get. So, hell yeah, yoink.
Yeah. It was a great yoink, and I was I'm not surprised to see the changes. I still think there's more to be done. Like, I still feel like the 15-second for deaths thing, just absolutely no one asked for that, and no one wants that. It's not good for anybody. Maybe I actually heard this from one of my viewers. I don't know. They were really confident about it, which means they definitely heard it from another creator, and they said like the death timer should scale with your key level. Like at a +5, it should be maybe there isn't a death timer, or maybe it's 5 seconds or whatever. But like when you're doing 15s, maybe you can scale it up as you go on with the difficulty of the key. But I think that especially if depletes are going to reduce the amount of crest you're getting, the 15-second death penalty is quite punishing, I think, for people who are just looking to get their crest. So that was good. And then they made a bunch of changes, and I know when's that big 20th anniversary patch coming out? Because that's like a big bunch of changes.
I think that's in like 2 resets, something like that.
So like a week and a half.
Yeah.
Also, Holy Paladins have taught you all a very valuable lesson.
Yep.
That if you're
That was
ever
crazy.
being
First of all, huge agree with Max. Nobody asked for the death timer increase, and I would love to hear like what the real reasoning is, because I am sure that there's a reason why we have that 15 seconds death timer. Like there must be like a reason, right? They don't just like do this randomly. There is clearly a reason for this. And they clearly do not want to state the reason because they think that we wouldn't understand, right? This, in my opinion, this happens multiple times. Many times, I think Blizzard has certain things that they do with the game, like certain changes and certain things, and they don't want to disclose the reason behind that certain thing because they think that we don't understand. Which, to be fair, is probably true many times. Like many times we as players, it's not maybe that we don't understand the reasoning, but we don't want to understand it, I guess, or we would think it's like a bad reason, treating us like children. It's true though. Like sometimes I think that's, like I swear, sometimes treating the player base like children is, like it does make sense. You can't be too honest. I mean, you can, but that's going to cost them because people don't like the truth sometimes. I personally would like the truth. And I personally would not get affected by it that much, I don't think. I'd rather have the truth. Like if they say something like, hey guys, we're going to give you this shop mount because we want the money. It's like, yeah, of course. Like, they don't have to tell me that because I know that, right? But obviously, they're never going to say that. Like, because why would they say that? And the thing is, like, if they would go ahead and say truth is better than a lie, see, I don't, like, they would lose players if they were completely honest. There's absolutely no shot that they wouldn't lose a lot of their players if they were fully honest with their practices. And every company would. Just because people want to be lied to sometimes. Maybe not lied to. Okay, lying is the wrong word. but they just don't want to know the truth sometimes. Because not telling the truth is not the same as lying. You can just like not say anything. Like you're just not explaining something. It's not the same as lying, right? You're just not like fully transparent, which I think sometimes people prefer it that way, right? Because they want to live in a world where everyone is nice and no one cares about money or whatever, which, you know, obviously is stupid, but, you know, that's just what that's just what people sometimes prefer. And I think to go back to some of the decisions that Blizzard makes, like sometimes Blizzard makes a decision because they want players to feel FOMO, for example, right? And FOMO, in my opinion, is also important partially for people to want to play the game. Like there are certain aspects, like psychological aspects, on why we play certain video games. And I think an MMO in particular very much plays on our like psychological needs sometimes that might be bad when you like write it out. Because we don't just play WoW because we enjoy every single moment of gameplay. Sometimes we enjoy WoW because there's something in our brain where we, like, it either has to do with FOMO or it has to do with us, like, being addicted to, like, a grind to achieve something, to get, like, player power or whatever. And these mechanisms in our brain, if you write it out, it's bad. Like, nobody wants to see that, you know? Like, the fact that we want dopamine injections and, like, we like RNG and whatever, some people don't like to see it, and some people don't even know that it's true. Because not everyone is fully aware of the way their feelings work, you know? Not everyone is aware on why they like playing certain things, right? So sometimes if you would write it out, they might even not believe it at all. Thank you so much for Prime Silver. So, long story short, sometimes Blizzard does something because they're playing on our, like, they really like manipulating us into playing the game more. Right? Because they want us to play the game more. But they can't say that. They can't say, hey, we're going to do this because we want you to log in every week, or we want you to feel the need to log in. Like, obviously, they're not going to say that, right? And this happens many times. This is not just World of Warcraft. This is, like, everyone does this. Not every company is going to have, like, a public-facing thing, like things they say publicly and things they're not going to say out loud. Obviously, like, this is not shameful. This is just, like, how the world works, right? But I do think that WoW sometimes has these things that are very complex. And I just wish they would tell me what it is, because I want to understand. It's not because I would, like, be mad at them for trying to manipulate me. I would just like to know the reasoning behind it. And sometimes I swear there's these, like, things, no matter how much I think about it and try to understand it, I don't get it. But I know there's a reasoning because they're not just doing things randomly, right? So, and going back to what my initial thought was about, it's about the 15 seconds death penalty, right? There 100% is a reason behind it, but I can't really think of what it is. The only thing I can think of is like a dumb reason. To me, it's dumb at least. So I wish I could sit down with like a WoW dev or somebody that makes these decisions, and I wish they would explain it to me. I would even sign an NDA that I wouldn't share it. Like, I just wish somebody would tell me, it's like, hey, so actually we're doing this because blah, 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 you know? Thank you so much for 37 months, Light Boys. Thank you very much. But yeah, let's continue. Maybe one of them has like an opinion about it or whatnot, because Max also doesn't get it. Max said nobody asked for this. There's no good reason behind it. And I agree. I also can't think of the reason behind it. But I know for a fact that Blizzard thinks there's a reason behind it, right? Because otherwise they wouldn't have done it.
Just whine incessantly about how you're not really supposed to be, but for what it's worth, they actually should not have been nerfed. And then if you whine enough about it, Blizzard's like, wait, you're right. You shouldn't be nerfed by 6%. And then they'll...
yeah, there's a lot of people that talk about dev skips, but I think that just makes no sense because people haven't been doing dev skips since Legion. Like dev skips are just not a thing. Like in high-end keys, no one is doing dev skips. That's just not an actual thing. That's the absolute last resort would be a dev skip. People, that's just like not a standard strategy. So I don't think it has anything to do with that.
They'll just revert it. So just do that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
gotta
saw
talk
this
about
with
class balancing.
we saw this with Blood DK and Destro in Shadowlands as well, and BM Hunter this time around too. So there was a bunch of class balance.
It's the Moonkin special, right?
Yeah, although
actually
Moonkin
don't
did
even
so
know
much
that.
that it doesn't work for Moonkins anymore. They're
Yeah,
now...
actually, I don't even know that. I don't even know if it's ever worked for Moonkins. I have such a low opinion of them that I feel like it probably has.
Amen. And any podcasts that feature one.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's real tough. Oh wait, I play Boomkin. Hold on.
No, you don't count. You're a tank. That's it's well known that our podcast has 3 tank-only players on it.
That's true.
That, we never consider any non-tank opinions.
Yeah.
Yo, speaking of tanking and DPSing, I've actually been enjoying DPSing so much this season. I don't know what it is.
DPS
I
owns. It's
think-
better than every other role by far.
That's right. That's why everybody wants to play
I
it.
think it's because the balance feels a lot closer than ever before, and I like it because like normally, I don't feel motivated to play my DPS spec when it's just gonna be like, all right, well, it's just some stupid ass mage is gonna beat my damage by a lot because they're a mage. But this time around, it feels like there's a good amount of specs that are good. I mean, I just so happen to be playing Frosty K and Boomkin, but like even sometimes when I'm messing around on Fury Warrior or Havoc Demon Hunter, it's still a ton of fun. And it feels good that when your damage is actually like close enough to the top DPS, it just feels like something that they should really nail. And they've gotten a lot closer, but some changes, man, they need to stop tuning so heavily towards raid or maybe even just separate the balance. Like they've clearly shown that they're capable of balancing separately. Didn't they do exactly that with Holy Paladin?
How is is that like a healer thing, balancing between raid and Mythic Plus?
Well, yeah, no, but like how they made like some abilities like only or double as effective in 5-man compared to raid size.
A lot of
or...
healer stuff works like that now, right? Where it's like
right.
Even Darkness also, where it's just more effective in dungeons than it is in raid.
Well, when you're saying that they need to tune differently and they tune too much for raid, what roles are you speaking of specifically? Is it like tanks
like
and
Fury Warrior, for example, right? Like Fury Warriors got absolutely hammered, even though they were just like looking okay in M+. Like I don't understand why exactly they nerfed them so heavily because
yeah, they nerfed them because they clearly just like
Warcraft logs.
Overall all bosses Warcraft logs.
You used 2 of them on Queen Ansrek.
Yeah, Warriors probably shouldn't have been nerfed by that much, but either way, what makes classes good in a conventional raid fight is exactly what makes you good in Mythic Plus. It's the ability to have great boss damage while also doing really efficient, good cleave with the same talents. It's the same thing.
One thing that I really liked about a lot of these tunings was like they buffed a lot of the hero talents that people are just not using, like Sand Lane for DK. You never press that.
Yeah, that was really smart by them.
They buffed it like 3 times now. It's still, I'm not sure you're ever gonna click it, but like if they keep doing that, eventually you will.
I mean, it's a great way to do that, right?
Yeah.
It's like if it's the same thing with covenants. If like people are just not using a covenant for a certain class, why not buff it, right? Oh, it becomes the best one week. Cool. All right. Is it by too much? Yeah. Okay. Nerf it a little bit, but then like that seems like an easy thing to do, especially with the easy tuning knobs that kind of exist with all of them. But yeah, I think they should continue to do that like over and over again until more classes, because there's a few classes that can actually change their hero talents, and that's really cool. So I wish more classes could do that.
Yeah, my hot take is like covenants, hero talents, current talents, like the Dragonflight talent system and the Mop talent system. All 4 of those systems either work fine or don't work fine based on their willingness to actually do those kind of changes. So like Dragonflight talents seem good and hero talents seem good because they're putting a high degree of work into them. And Mop talents only felt so cookie cutter because there were so many rows where it was like 15% damage increase versus a 10% damage increase versus a 2% DPS loss. That was like a row on the Warlock tree for ages, and that just existed for 4 years unaddressed. So I think it's great to see this more attention.
So I 100% agree with Max, by the way, on what makes classes good in Plus also makes them good in a raid overall. It is true that mainly for high end and Plus though, rather than low end Plus, that's a different story. Like in low end Plus, AoE is a lot more important than single target, I would say, and also burst AoE is a lot more important than sustained AoE. But that's like a huge difference, right? Like a class that is good in low end Plus is not the same as a class that's good in high Plus. But in high Plus, the most important thing is certainly AoE damage, while also being able to do single target. Because a lot of people can do AoE damage, but not very many classes can do AoE damage while also doing good single target damage, which in high end Plus is just incredibly important. Is that true? Yeah, it's true. Frosty K is dominant because of utility. See, I completely disagree with you on this one, Ace. We've had this discussion before, where you said that utility is very important in Plus, and I 100% disagree. I personally think utility is mostly irrelevant. If for damage dealers, I think that damage dealers are being almost exclusively brought for their damage profiles, and the utility that they bring is secondary. I am under the firm opinion of that, because proof, we've had different comps for the history of, like, if you look at the history of M+, we always had different comps, right? Did the utility change a lot for all classes? Partially, yeah, it changed a little, but did it change a lot? Like, did DKs not have a grip before? Did DKs not have AMS before? Stuff like this has been there in the past, but we didn't play them. Why? Well, because they didn't do the damage that we wanted them to do, right? So I personally am under the firm opinion that the utility that specs have, especially damage dealers, is not the most important thing, not even close. The most important thing for M+ comps is the damage for damage dealers. And other things are just secondary. Like, you're filling up the group with the things that you kind of think you're going to need, right? Now, of course, survivability is another thing, because sometimes survivability is so important that you need to bring a certain survivability to be able to survive. Like, that is, of course, true. But for damage dealers, except Orc Evokers, because Orc Evokers are some, they're obviously like a different thing, right? They're not a damage dealer. It's just damage. Like, whoever thinks that utility is important, I just fully disagree. Obviously, class buffs are important, but they're just part of damage, Like, something like Arcane Intellect is just damage. It's not utility. Arcane Intellect is damage, right? So the amount of damage that you give to the group with Arcane Intellect just gets added to the mage's damage. Same with PI. If you have a priest, then the damage that the priest does counts, plus the damage that PI gives counts, right? But that's also just damage. When Shadow Priest was meta, people said Master Spell is so broken, blah, 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 can't play without. When Ashen Pal was broken, people said Zac or Bob are so broken, can't play without. Exactly, yeah, I 100% agree that people always exaggerate when it comes to utility, as if you wouldn't be able to play without it. I think the main reason why people think that utility is so important is because in the moment... Okay, let me explain this for a sec. Kara, thank you so much for 52 months. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'll come back. So here's the thing, right? Sometimes, not just sometimes, most of the time, a meta establishes in Mythic Plus at the start of a season, right? And once the meta establishes properly, then the strategies and the routes that you do in dungeons are being catered around that comp. Okay, so the high-end players, like the best players, they figure out routes. They figure out, okay, how do we play this dungeon the most efficient way? The thing is, you can play dungeons in numerous different ways, right? There's like infinite possibilities on how you could play a dungeon. So the way that the high-end players figure out the dungeon is by looking at what they have available to them, depending on what comp they play, and then they figure out the route. So they're like, okay, can we do this pull? It's like, actually, yeah, we can, because we have random utility. We can do this pull because we have a gateway. We can do this pull because we have Mind Soothe. We can do this pull because we have Shroud. We can do this pull because we have Ring of Peace, you know? So the route gets established after the meta comp has formed, and then the route is catered around the utility of the meta comp, right? So that's why people think, oh my god, we can't play without a Shadow Priest, because if we don't have a Shadow Priest, we can't do this pull. Which is true. But if you don't have a Shadow Priest to begin with, then this pull would have never even been part of the best route, right? So people always think that utility is more important than it is, because they think that the route that they're playing is just by default the best route, which is incorrect. The route is only the best route with the best comp that it was catered around. If you would take a completely different comp and then you figure out the best route around that comp, then the route will be completely different, and then you don't need that certain utility that you think is so important, right? And I don't know why people don't understand this, because we've literally been playing in Plus for years and years and years, and we always have different comps. So if there was a certain utility that was so broken, then we would play the same comp every time. People think Shroud was like, people kept saying, oh my god, you can't do dungeons without Shroud. Impossible. You need to play with rogues. You cannot play without a rogue. And how many seasons did we play without rogue, without Shroud? Numerous, right? So this whole way of thinking that you need a certain utility, it's just wrong. Is it nice to have a certain amount of utility, or to have a comp that has lots of stuff? Of course. But do you need this? Absolutely not. So the thing that makes damage dealers good at Plus is having loads of single target damage while also having loads of AoE without needing to switch. Because if you're a class that does an insane amount of AoE damage, but you do no single target damage, then you're going to be, I don't want to say useless in high keys, but the amount of time that you make up for having more damage on AoE will not make up the amount of time you lose on single target for not having so much single target, right? You would have to do so much more AoE damage than everyone else to still be better than another class, right? Because whenever you do a lot of AoE damage, what does AoE damage help you? Well, you kill the trash quicker, of course. But there's not just trash, there's also bosses. So if you kill each boss a minute slower because you have less single target damage, then you would have to do a lot of AoE damage to make up for that. Not to mention that a boss lasting a minute longer also makes it infinitely harder as well. Sometimes a trash pack lasting a little bit longer is not the end of the world, but a boss lasting a minute longer is a big deal, right? There is no such thing as a best route out of all the possible routes, Ace. That just doesn't exist. There is no the best route. There's the best route for a certain comp. But there's no one route that is the best for every comp. The real appeal is that people just aren't creative enough. I mean, to be fair, partially yes, but the problem is, it is actually incredibly difficult to come up with a super efficient route. Exhibit A, MDI, right? If you look at the MDI or TGP, everything is being done in secret, right? Like all of the teams are practicing in secret. Because obviously it's difficult to come up with a very efficient route. So sometimes when we actually see the tournament, there's multiple teams who have different ideas of routes, right? They might be playing the same comp, but they have a different idea of a route, right? And then one is faster than the other, and then they copied afterwards, right? Because they didn't manage to come up with it initially. So does that mean that the MDI teams are all just like not creative enough or that they're just not smart enough? No. It just means that it's actually very complex and very difficult to come up with a perfect route, with a very efficient route. It's very it's not easy at all, right? And the problem is, as I said, the best routes that are being established on live servers over the season, they are being established by the best players that have enough time to play the dungeons over and over, right? The best teams, they play the dungeons over and over and over with the best comp. And then eventually they're like, oh, okay, we should change this here, or we should change that, or we should do this double pull, or we should stop doing this pull, right? And then at some point, this best route, it trickles down to the rest of the community, and then everyone just kind of does very similar routes. And again, like this route that is being established from the top players, that route is being created around the comp that they're running, around the meta comps, right? Obviously. So technically speaking, if you are doing a lower key, like if you're pugging a key 3 months into the patch, is it like a bad thing to invite non-meta classes? Usually no, right? Usually you easily can time a key with an off-meta comp. The problem that usually arises is the fact that you don't have the time or the resources or the energy or the efforts to be able to come up with a good route that is catered around the comp that you are playing, in this case, this off-meta comp, right? Because if you take a non-meta comp, the problem is that the route that has been established over the couple of months before is not made for you, right? The utility that the meta comp has is completely different than the utility you have with your off-meta comp. And that's where the problem usually lies. So, do you need the meta comp to do lower keys? No. Is it easier to invite a meta comp for your lower key? Yes. And the main reason why is because the route that you're probably going to be running, the meta route, has been, made for the meta comp. It's as simple as that, right? Could you change the route to work for your comp that you're running? Yeah, of course you could, right? But it's not that easy. You don't just snap your fingers and come up with a super good and efficient route for your composition that you're running. Not only is that difficult, but it also would require people to relearn a new route and a new set of CC. Because usually there's a certain route that gets established and people get used to this route. You know how you enter a dungeon and people do the same pulls? It's usually you do this pull here, and then afterwards you do this pull, and then afterwards you last this pull. This kind of standardized route is what people get used to and what people memorize, and people get a feeling for their cooldowns, because even if you're pugging keys, you still get a feeling for the routes, the meta route, right? It's okay, so usually when we pull this pack, I'm going to use cooldowns here, and then usually I use Solar Beam over there, and then I use my Inca board to interrupt this, blah, 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 right? And then you just kind of get the feeling for the route, and then you're just going to do this all of the time, no matter which group you're joining, right? And if you would run a completely different route all of a sudden, then I would also have to adjust my cooldowns, I have to adjust the way I think about the pulls, and it's going to throw me off initially because I don't have practice with it. So that's one of the main reasons, in my opinion, why off-meta comps struggle. Not because they're necessarily bad, but because they just don't have a route established for their comp unless they play together all of the time. Yeah, exactly. It's so much easier to just replicate an existing strategy and an existing set of utility or whatever than to just come up with a completely new idea. Ag Wrestler. That will work as well, of course. Dun, 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 dun. There's no best route for every comp, sure. But there's a combination of route plus comp that would outperform the second best route plus comp. Yes, yeah, for sure, of course. The problem is that we usually don't know the second best route for the second best comp, right? Because no one is optimizing that. Usually simplistically speaking, we usually know the best route for the best comp. But we don't know the second best route for the second best comp, because who would be establishing this? No one, right? No one is gonna run. I mean, I don't want to say no one, but the amount of people that play the second best comp and try to figure out the second best route for that comp, it's just like there's a lot less people that do that, right? And therefore we just don't know it. And I'm obviously assuming now that people generally are able to figure out the best comp for the best route, which is also not true. I'm sure there was many times where people have not figured out the best route for and the best comp for it either. Especially because people run the same comp almost in every dungeon, while I'm pretty sure if you would actually really look into it, it's probably the best comp would probably be different for dungeons sometimes. Not all the time. Sometimes there's a comp that is just broken as fuck and it's much better than the second best comp, right? But I do think that sometimes comp changes would make another route or in another dungeon easier. The problem is that people, it's just difficult to change your comp, right? But that's why sometimes in the MDI and the TGP you see different comps. Not many times, but sometimes they switch one of their damage dealers with another one for a certain dungeon, or they switch a healer because they think it's better. Even in the MDI and the TGB, they don't do that all the time though, because it is very difficult to change your comp around. Because all of a sudden you have different callouts and different utility, right? So that is, it's not super easy to switch between comps like that. Anything good in the vault? No, unfortunately not. I got this belt, and now I'm missing an embellishment. You can't really blame people for just following the meta, though. I'm not. I'm literally stating why it makes sense for them to follow the meta. It totally makes sense for people to follow the meta. It's actually easier to play a meta comp. 100%. Is the meta comp sometimes worse than another comp would be on a lower key? Yes. But that doesn't matter, because on a lower key you don't need to have the best comp anyway. So it's easier to use the comp that you have a route figured out for, rather than playing with a new comp that you then have to figure out a new route for, right? That's the whole point that I'm trying to make here. But yeah, Gams, unfortunately my character is complete bin. Look at this character. Oof. I need to farm Valor Stones, but people keep leaving the dungeons that I'm in. And I'm not finishing any of my keys. It really is a struggle. I'm not even joining 12 keys because I know that people are going to be more likely to leave. But people even leave 11 keys somehow. It's a disaster. Maybe 10, I know. I think 10 is... I always avoid doing 10 keys because I feel like that's like the nightmare key level where people want to do vault keys. I don't want to join the people that want to do vault keys. That just seems like the worst type of players are there. No offense. Actually, a little bit of offense. I meant a little bit of offense. Nothing scarier than seeing +10 completion. Exactly. Sun goes down.
The weave has delivered a customer.
Hey Samara, what's up? I'm good, how are you doing? Don't bully our warrior, please. Is this like a bin character? Wait. It's not bad. This warrior has more health than I have. So, can't be that bad, right? Wait, is it a tank? Wait, no, it's not the tank, okay. I got both Arakara and Dawn Crystal in my vaults. Which one should I go for? And plus, Crystal seems better for 5+ than Ara for 1 target. God, I don't know. I don't know. Please don't ask me. Gams? Gams, there's a trinket question for you. I would probably just play Arakara trinket, yeah? I personally would go with that, but... I personally would almost always go with the single target trinkets, or the trinket that is better on single target, because I personally think that single target is just a lot more important than AoE, usually, unless it's a huge difference, right? Like if there's a trinket that only does single target and nothing else, and the single target that you gain from it is not much better than an AoE trinket, okay, then that's like a different story. But whenever you can choose between AoE damage and single target damage, I think it's almost always, like if the difference isn't like insane, then I think single target is almost better. For dungeon progression. For your damage, it's obviously better to go for AoE. Like if you care about your overall damage more than about how fast you do the dungeon, then you want to go for the AoE damage. But if you care about completing a dungeon, then usually single target is the way to go. Okay, we're gonna do a slow walk again. We're strolling. I'm too tired to walk that quickly today. Also have to hike up a mountain later. Well, not later, but tomorrow. Sing with me now. $2K single time seems kind of low compared to 45K AoE. Well, I mean, that's not how you compare the numbers, right? Like, you're not comparing AoE DPS to single target DPS, obviously. You can't compare that directly. You have to compare it percentage based while also weighing the single target percentage more. Right? Like, you have to compare the amount of damage you gain on AoE compared to how much damage the other trinket does, like percentage based, not the actual like damage number, because the damage number doesn't tell you anything. Yeah, Jack. I mean, I've never seen a trinket drop actually, but I also never do this dungeon because I hate it. People say Arakara is great. Do they? But I barely get 3 stacks at the same time. Oh, you mean a trinket? It's mostly 1.5 stacks normalized. I think I switched to Creeping Columnist and another small CD.
4, 3, 2.
Sure, I mean, you do you.
And now
I never even had the Arakara trinket, I think, so.
lesson of the void.
So I have no idea.
So here we are. High Speaker Irish. Or is it just Irish now? He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse. Wee, sleepy, cowering, timorous beastie.
Wait, this guy actually jumped! And it's the one I'm casting on. Fuck. Yeah, I mean, I personally, when it comes to trinket, like, I'm not gonna pretend that I know anything about current trinkets, yeah. I generally don't like, I always get lost with trinkets because I just don't like, I'm not a big fan of trinket effects. Especially when they get like super complicated, or if it's damage procs and it's like, ugh. It's just like annoys me. I just want to look at, I want to have simple trinket effects. It's all I want. But, wait, I wanted to say something about a certain trinket and I forgot. Fuck, what is it? Oh, the myth track, yeah. So what I wanted to say is if you have a trinket in your vault from a dungeon that is myth track, then I would definitely like heavily consider taking it if it's a good trinket for your class. Just because it's very difficult to get myth track trinkets from dungeons, right? Like the only way to get them is from the vault. Myth track raiding trinkets, they're slightly, okay, I don't want to say they're easy to get, but they're obviously easier to obtain than dungeon myth track trinkets because you get, in theory, twice the shot each week. You can go and kill the boss, and then you also can get it from the vault afterwards if you're a mythic raider. Now, obviously, if you're not at all mythic raiding ever, then that's a different kind of story. But then at that point, you can't get the trinket anyway. And even then, the myth track dungeon trinket would also still be as important for you because if you don't have the possibility to get the myth track raiding trinkets anyway, then the only myth track trinkets you can get are from Mythic Plus, right? Therefore, it also is a lot more important for you. But yeah, obviously it depends what kind of vault you have and everything. Vault decisions are always a little bit complicated. Ah, shit.
Seismic protocol activated.
Yeah, that is true as well.
Dominant intruder identified.
Mid-track is also just like a lot higher item than it used to be before. It is true, like, I swear Hero Track Trinkets is just so, it feels so much worse now. I mean, it doesn't just feel worse, it is worse in comparison.
Dominant intruder identified.
It sucks because this is the first season where I actually don't raid anymore, right?
Seismic protocol activated.
And this is the season where they increased the myth track. And now all of my items just feel worse. Or are worse. Unfortunate. But maybe my guild is gonna clear the raid soon and then I can join some farm raids and get some loot. Maybe I can ninja some loot. Soon TM.
Looks like the main door's locked. Either one of these
Please don't let me die.
access console.
Rallying cry.
Okay, I'm alive. Please. Oh, thank God.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
So we have MDI soon. What do you guys think? What classes we get in the MDI? Like which classes would be good for MDI? What comp do you think we're running? Frosty K? Yeah, see, I'm not sure. It might be Unholy Decay. I'm not sure. Maybe both. Maybe they play Frost and Unholy. Yeah, honestly, might get both. Balance Druid and Guardian Druid? What are you on about? That seems like the worst comp possible. I also don't think they'll play Aug Evoker. Well, honestly, it depends. Like, I mean, I don't think they'll play it, but I doubt that. The only reason to play Aug Evoker is if it somehow enables you to do much bigger pulls than you would be able to do otherwise. And that makes up for it, right? Because survivability obviously also has the benefit of, like, sometimes having more survivability gives you more, not more damage, but like it saves you time. Because if I can do a pull in one pull rather than two pulls because I have more utility or survivability, or if I can pull a bunch of trash onto a boss because of extra survivability, then obviously that's going to be giving me a lot of time. But I doubt that is true.
Do you see it? A stone.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if there's no Rest Shaman. I'd be very surprised. Well, I guess, how's the damage? How's the... Well, actually, how's the healer damage? Is there a healer that does a lot more damage than Rest Shaman in comparison? Disc, I mean, if Disc does really good damage and they have PI, they could maybe run Disc. Or Preservation Evoker, yeah, maybe. No Bloodlust? I mean, you can bring Bloodlust for a damage dealer, right? You just bring a mage. Mage is everything.
Do you see? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Yeah, interesting. I think the NDI cons are gonna be interesting. But we get Proving Grounds soon, and then we will see the meta. Hey Lucas, moin, what's up? Proving Grounds are next week, right?
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Rallying cry.
Holy shit! Proving Grounds is just the way you qualify for the MDI. The MDI is the speedrunning dungeon tournament, yeah. The official Blizzard dungeon speedrun tournament. And Proving Grounds is how you qualify for them. Oh, they start today! 7 p.m. Oh, nice. I didn't know that. Okay.
Do you see
Well, then we'll see.
a stone?
We'll see the meta very soon then. Hey Flox, what's up?
Look for a service
Is it a
on
huge
nearby.
thing to get used to playing while walking? I'm thinking about getting a walking pad for some more movement in everyday life. No, I personally had a super easy time. Like, the first time I used this walking pad, I was already playing, yeah. The thing with... Like, it just depends what you're playing, though, obviously, right? Because if you want to play high-end Counter-Strike, then you're probably going to have a little bit of a problem if you want to be walking, right? But if you just want to be farming world quests, then that's a different story again, right? Like, it just really depends what it is you're trying to do, like how intensive the gaming is that you want to be doing. And the other thing is like the speeds. You just want to adjust your speed to whatever it is you're doing. Because the slower you're walking, the more you can focus on the gaming, right? But the most important thing is that the thing to remember is that when you're walking, you inevitably are going to be moving your upper body, right? And if you move your upper body, you by default will be less precise with your hand, with your mouse hand. The keyboard is whatever, but the mouse you obviously need to move like more precisely, right? So any kind of thing that you have to do where you need like really precise mouse movement is not going to work that well when you're walking. Because of the simple fact that you're moving your upper body around when you're walking. So if you need to like aim your mouse at nameplates a lot, it's going to be more difficult. That's why obviously Counter-Strike would be a bad game to play while walking, because obviously aiming at people's heads or whatever with your mouse is going to be super difficult when you're moving.
Do you see it?
So it really just depends
To call forth
on what you want to do. But the walking itself, like outside of the movement, like from a exhaustion perspective, it obviously depends how active you are outside of this. But obviously, you can adjust the movement speeds of the walking pad. You can just walk really slowly, right? And then as you get used to it more, you can increase the speeds. Or you can change the speed according to what it is you're doing. The more or less involved it is, I guess. Scoo. 100 million gold. Damn, you're rich. Is this for range slackers, not melee pumpers? Why would you need your mouse more as a melee? What do you mean? You can totally,
Do you see it?
you can totally walk when you play melee as well, right? You don't need your mouse more as a melee player than as a range. In fact, I would even argue that a ranged player needs their mouse more than a melee player, because ranged tend to have more like, kind of like have to like target through mobs more usually. While melee players more have like a standard AoE rotation where they stick to the same target usually. Not always. Obviously, there's also like dot classes or like bleed classes or whatever for melee, but. Yes, you cast Starfire Luna clips on single target. Yep. But the left-right thing, that's what you do with your keyboard. You don't use your mouse to do left-right. Also, left-right is like not actually a good thing to do, yeah? You don't want to constantly walk left and right as a melee player. Like, that's actually a bad thing to do. But even if you do the left-right thing, it doesn't matter because that's not a mouse thing. That's a keyboard thing. And as I said, the keyboard is not a problem. Like, pressing keybinds just because I'm moving my upper body is not more difficult. It's the mouse movement that is problematic. Or problematic. It's just slightly more difficult to be very accurate with your mouse movement when you move your arms around your upper body, right? But pressing keys on your keyboard is not like that hard. Just because you're moving a little bit, like that's not that difficult. Hey Frog, what's up? How you doing? As a melee, hold right click all the time. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. You can hold right click. You're dying on the wrong hill right here. There's absolutely nothing a melee player would need their mouse more than a range. Like, that's, like, at least not in a precise way. Just because you're clicking right click, like, that's whatever, yeah? You don't have to be precise with your right click when you move around as a melee player. You're coping right now. That's a melee player copium.
There he is. Look at him. Beyond saving. That seems like poetic justice, but let's finish this.
I have a Desktronic standing desk. Oh. Apparently I walked for 99 minutes.
Do you see a stone to call forth the darkness?
Ow. Also, guys, what key level do you think the MDI is gonna be on? What do you think, what key level they let them speedrun? Keep in mind that we're doing speedrunning keys, not high keys, yeah? Speedrunning keys. What do you think the key level is gonna be? 50? 12? You think so? I don't know about that. I think 12 is gonna be a little bit too high, don't you think? I mean, it's not that like they can speedrun 12s for sure, but how much faster than the timer? You know, like are they like 3 testing all the keys and a 12 is the question.
To call forth the darkness.
Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. Yeah, I don't know how fast they can do these keys. Help!
Rallying cry.
I mean, I looked at this totem, but I just couldn't kill it. I did look at it though. Yeah, Hopeful posted a 9-minute Borealis because it was BFA scaling on Tournament Realm, yeah. That's why.
Do you see it?
Hey, Corona.
Stone.
Melee some AD and don't get hit by frontals. Boring gameplay. Got them melee players. You're making me miss Moonkin, really? Seriously? I mean, no one's stopping you. Just play Moonkin again. We need more Moonkin players. The more Moonkins there are, the more people are complaining if Moonkin isn't doing great. We need more complainers. We admitted it? Admitted what? What did I admit? Toxic chickens wanted, yeah. I knew you were a cult. Did you just go into melee while convoking? No. I just randomly did walked somewhere. Why is that lull, by the way? Like, it actually doesn't really matter where you're convoking, yeah? It's not that big of a deal. It's the funniest thing to me how, like, I swear people think it's the most important thing if you convoke in range and melee, as if it's like this insane damage increase or this insane damage difference, you know, depending on where you're casting it. I don't know why people think it's such a big difference. Like, the only thing that melee versus range does is changes your utility spells that you're casting, yeah? Like, you're not casting more Star Surges or less Star Surges just because you're melee and ranged. It only changes the utility spells that you're casting. And they're honestly whatever. Oh my god, I got a point. Let's go, guys. Valor Stones. Yes, in melee you cast stuff like Thrash, but you always cast utility spells. Like, being in melee doesn't replace Star Surges with Thrash or Rake. It replaces regrowth and rejuve and stuff with Rake, you know? So basically, the way Convoke works is that it has a set amount of spells that it casts from your spec, no matter where you are. Like, no matter if you're in ranged or in melee or wherever. And then it's a certain amount of spells that are utility spells that you're casting. And these utility spells depend on your range. Because obviously, if you're 40 yards away, then you cannot cast Thrash. So it will cast Thrash when you're in melee range, but not when you're at range. So when you're at range, it will cast heals instead. The difference between you casting heals and or Thrash or Rake is not that insane, right? There is like upsides and downsides, because yeah, as Gem said, if you're in range, you cast Regrowth, which gives you Blooming Infusion procs when you play Keeper. But even that is not, you know, like, it's not so important that you would have to like go out of your way to walk into ranged or something. If you just currently can't be in range, then you can't be in range. Like, it's not the end of the world. Thrash is a utility spell in a sense that, I mean, it's not a utility spell, it's an off-spec spell. Like, when I guess I used the wrong word. So I didn't mean utility, I meant off-spec. So if I cast Convoke as a Moonkin, in Moonkin form, it will cast a set amount of Moonkin spells, and it will cast the rest in off-spec spells. And the off-spec spells get determined on your range, because obviously, as I said, if I stand 30 yards away, then I can't cast Thrash. I mean, I can, but it wouldn't do anything. So I will cast heals instead. You lose 0.613% damage, clueless. I've been popping off like crazy in Asaroke. I believe you. Dude, where's the sun coming from all of a sudden? Holy shit. It's blinding. I liked it more when it wasn't so so bright. Random side. Oh, it actually would be funny if it would. Well, okay. I actually have a very deep-rooted hatred for Convoke, and I'm not happy at all that we're playing it, yeah? I think the main reason why I hate Convoke so much is because so many other people love it. Because the pure reason why people love Convoke so much is because of the way it looks. And it bothers me. The fact that we've been carrying Convoke into a fucking talent after it was already so bad in Shadowlands. Ugh, I hate it. Like, the fact that it's just... Like, there's just nothing good about that spell, yeah? It's RNG. It's less RNG now than it was before, but... It's like RNG, it hits random targets. You can't control it. Like, obviously, it's better now that it starts surging your main target, but in the past, it was, like, completely hitting random targets. used to hit immune targets, and it's useless on AoE. And people think it's super good. I swear there's people who press Convoke when there's like 20 targets in front of them. And they think they're doing a lot of damage. There will be 20 targets, and I see a Moonkin player just Convoking, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, you're casting Rafts right now. Like, what is it you're doing? What is this? Okay, whatever. Green Baton 11, sure, let's do it. Okay, to be fair, it was good in... Okay, to be fair, I also liked playing it at the start of Shadowlands because it was broken as fuck, yeah. The thing, though, was, like, it was broken, but it was also, like, at the same time so frustrating because it was only broken in, like, in a very specific scenario. Like, it needed to be, like, a single target boss, and there couldn't be any other targets that were soaking up your Convoke randomly, right? So it could be the most broken spell, and at the same time, it also could be the most useless spell, which made it so bad to me, because, like, the randomness of it, and the fact that we couldn't control it, was just so annoying. Because I felt like Moonkin was being balanced around it, but then many times we couldn't get the full potential out of it, you know? So it was really frustrating when you were like doing nothing without the Convoke, but if you use your Convoke, it hits like the most random shit and it does nothing, you know? God, I just hate Convoke. I hate it. Can you give any tips for Dream Search? Is there anything besides that you don't want to proc it while outside of Eclipse? I mean, not really. I mean, obviously you want to prefer having Dream Search proc during cooldowns, because Dream Search does nature damage, right? But I mean, I think the main thing is just that you don't want to like proc it randomly with like casts that are still in the air. I'm not sure if all people are aware of the like on hit kind of proc thing, which is, by the way, incredibly annoying. I wish they would fix that, because holy shit, that's annoying. But yeah, so the way Dream Search procs is that it procs on hit and not on cast finish. So if you have spells that are in the air, when you press trees, then the spell that hits the target after you put trees will proc your Dream Search immediately. Right? Like if I'm far away and I press Wrath into trees, then that Wrath that I casted before the trees will proc my Dream Search, because it will hit the target after I put the trees down. In fact, I could even proc 2 Dream Searches before putting trees. Like, you could be like Wrath, trees, and 2 Dream Searches would proc immediately if you're far enough away, because Wrath has like the most insane travel time. Hey Kinar, what's up? I remember the weirdest shit, the amount of degenerate gameplay that we did with Convoke in the past, when you had to outrange like the other targets, making sure you only hit the one, but then you walked slightly too far away and then you wouldn't hit anything. Or the fact that Convoke was, the range of Convoke was based off the middle of the hitbox, So in like the other side, for example, the last boss on the other side had the middle of the hitbox all the way at the bottom of the character model. So you had to stand all the way in melee range to cast Convoke. Otherwise, you would only cast heals because the boss was considered out of range. And then when you had to Cyclone mobs to make sure that it doesn't get Convoked. Or actually, no, it wasn't Cyclone. I remember Cyclone actually was absorbing Convoke, but Roots. Yeah, any kind of CC that would be broken through damage would make them immune to Convoke, right? So you had to root
3, 2,
people
1.
or blind or something.
And now you learn the true lesson of the void.
Oh, it happens with Starfire too, yes. Starfire can also consume your Dream Surge. I don't honestly know why. Like, I guess Star Surge has like a super short travel time as well. And I think that's just it. Where's my mother? Young to drown. Guys, by the way, like, I consider my nameplate setup to be a good nameplate setup, yeah? It's maybe not perfect by any means, but like everyone has different preferences. But I think my nameplates are set up pretty well, yeah? But I uploaded like a short on my YouTube channel where basically I was doing a big pull in Necrotic Wake and I was just like memeing about the damage. And the amount of comments on that short that say that my nameplate setup is horrible is insane. And I honestly don't know why. Like, it's so strange to me. Because I've never had anyone come to my stream and be like, oh my god, your nameplates are so bad. In fact, usually it's the opposite, yeah? Usually people really like my nameplates. Shit, our tank just died again. Yeah, can't even see the mobs you're fighting. Yeah, so many. Like, there's like every second comment is about my nameplates being bad. It's like, I'm so confused. Hey, Whiskey, thank you so much for the stuff. I appreciate that. I was thinking maybe people are just confused because obviously it's a short. So the way, the format, like it was being cut down, yeah, obviously. Like when you look at the short, it's zoomed in onto my nameplates. Like it's, you can't see the whole screen. You can only see like the condensed pull where you only see the nameplates. So I guess maybe people see the nameplates and they don't understand that this is not my whole screen. They don't understand that it's just zoomed in, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, Ramalam. Yeah, imagine that. Oh shit. Okay, let's walk a bit.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Fuck it, we're walking faster again. I'm awake now. We can do a 3 miles walk. Good morning, Swan. What's up? Oh wait, I'm supposed to shoot people. Whoops. Got them Dragon Riders AFK. I hate this part of Grim Battle. It's so dumb. It's not even that. Like, it's not that I hate the dragon part. I hate the fact that I now have to fight 4 groups that are like 20% HP. Dude, how does this dragon get pulled? Is it actually like a body pull, or how do you pull this dragon? Because I swear it's me. Oh, you have to. Oh, it's that dragon that spawns it. Oh. Okay. Well, I'm sure we needed a percentage. More enemy forces, let's go. Doesn't even give percentage. Okay, that's perfect. Hey, Hannah. Yeah, Hannah.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Okay, what's your most hated affix and why is it the emissary? Like the mob that spawns. I do think the orbs are a second though. A close second. Just because I don't want to collect them.
Do you
Oh
see
shit.
it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Actually, I don't think I really changed my talents depending on the affixes, I don't think. I mean, I guess the Dispel, but I kind of play Dispel all the time anyway. But I mean, I also don't do high keys, I just do random keys. So I don't really care about my utility talents that much. Because I don't necessarily need a lot of survivability. So I just pick up the utility stuff
Do you see it?
that I want.
A stone to call
And then I don't
forth
really
the
change them.
darkness.
Ow. Hey, Stricken, thank you so much for 77 months. What's up? What's up? How are you? How's the weather in Australia? Heroic Unstruck still not down? Aw. You'll get it soon. Soon, TM. Was warm today? Nice. 27 in Melbourne. Hey, Marcos.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the dark.
I feel like this is the first time I did ninja pull the boss in a Grim Battle. Somehow. Somehow. 5 degrees in Canada today? Oh no. It's not that cold here yet. It's like 10 degrees or so today. Some don't like John.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the dark.
I honestly still don't know how this boss works exactly. Oh, oh, no! I was just about to press my renewal, but then I had a reaction time of a 70-year-old. It happens. Good bait, good bait. 22 degrees in western Germany. 22? That's so warm. Damn.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
No. Oh my god. Ah. My starfire.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the
I never got Spy Master, no. I don't rate. It's hard for me to get Spy Masters when I don't rate. Yeah, guys, so we're currently thinking about where to go on holiday. Because I'm gonna go on holiday in January, like at the start of January. And we were initially thinking about going to Brazil, going to Peru, Colombia, like a bunch of different stuff. And I think we now kind of decided to, I think we're gonna go to Guatemala, probably. Any one of you have been to Guatemala before? Can you recommend? Any Guatemalans in here? I'm sure that's the correct definition of them, right?
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
You've been to Belize? Okay. How's Belize? Looks like sugar. Wait.
Who kannst du mir erklären wie und wann man das Spymasters Trinket druckt?
Yeah, I just almost died. Thank you so much for the €3 donation. I appreciate that. Kannst du erklären, wie und wann man das Beimaster schon gedrückt? Gute Frage, weiß ich nicht.
A stone to call
I
forth
don't know. Can anyone in chat explain when and how to press Spymasters? Ich hab das Trinket nicht, also ich habe keine Ahnung. Hab mich noch nie damit beschäftigt, weil ich das Trinket nicht habe. Aber vielleicht weiß ja jemand im Chat. Depends on how long the boss fight is. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Hey Jens, thank you so much for 85 months. Dankeschön. Danke, danke. Don't know anything, just wanted to say hello. Hello Jens, what's up?
the darkness.
We have so much in common, Jens. I don't know anything either. It's a good life to live, though. The not knowing anything life. At least you know how to play WoW. Well, I'm just pretending that I know how to play WoW. I'm good at pretending.
I will burn you from the inside out. Incinerate them, minion!
still timing this even though we had like 2 wipes? Is that a thing?
A stone to call forth the darkness.
Yeah, I'm only here for the walk. The WoW play is just a thing I do on the side. My main task is the walking.
Dragon, you will do as I command. Touch me! If they do not kill you, I will do it myself!
I don't have an add-on that shows repeated use skills. The add-on that you probably mean is Trophy GCD. That one shows what I've used last. Like it's basically for the viewers to see what I'm casting. Because sometimes it's hard to follow the abilities that I'm pressing, of course. You're a big walker? I am a big walker.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Wait, this is a cool spot for the spirits, actually. Very cute.
By fire be burned!
What do you mean with Wanderlust? What do you mean, like, in general? I mean, Wanderlust is just a German word for... I guess in English it has a different meaning than what it means in German, I think. Like the direct translation of it just means the enjoyment of hiking, basically. Wandern is the German word for hiking, and Lust is just the German word for like finding pleasure in something, or like wanting to. And I think in German, in English, Wanderlust gets kind of like the meaning was kind of repurposed to just like wanting to explore, or like like exploring nature and like the world or whatever. Yeah, the joy of hiking would be the German real translation of it. But I do think in English, whenever somebody says that in English, they don't mean the joy of hiking, but rather the joy of, like, as I said, like exploring like the world and nature, I guess, right? Does it have an English meaning? Yeah, I mean, people say this in English now. Wanderlust, people say that in English now. Like, they are using the German word. Yeah, yeah.
Do you see it?
Or Zeitgeist, yeah.
A stone to call forth the darkness.
Hey Rakes, just do your own research and buy whatever you come up with your research. You shouldn't buy the one that I have. I don't necessarily recommend the one I have, because it's nothing special. It's just like a cheap one that, well, cheap one, but like one of the cheaper versions of it. So maybe just do your own research and buy a different one, or like whatever your research comes up with.
Do you see it?
I swear I moonfired this guy.
To call forth the darkness.
Yeah, it's actually funny, Lentoro, because it's true. Hey, Django. How's the butternut pasta? The butternut squash pasta bake? It was actually so good. So I did have the pasta bake again yesterday for dinner. And it's not as good when it's warmed up. It was a lot better when I had it like freshly made out of the oven. It was still good warmed up, like don't get me wrong. But when it was like freshly made out of the oven, it was so good. Like it was actually very delicious. I don't think I will make it again though, just because I do think that like basically the main reason why I wouldn't do it again is because I feel like it's a lot more effort.
A stone.
Compared to just doing it like a bolognese pasta bake, because it's very similar to just a lasagna, right? And it tastes very similar. It's just like a sweet kind of lasagna. And honestly, it's a lot more effort in comparison. So next time, if I want to do something with butternut squash, I'm probably just gonna make something else. Like a soup or whatever, or maybe I make gnocchi or something out of the actual, instead of making it a sauce, because when I make it a sauce, I still have the same amount of effort for everything else, plus, roasting the butternut and everything. So yeah, it was a lot of effort for, yeah, I mean it's good, but yeah, again, too much effort for what it actually is. Still need trash.
Do you see it? A stone.
I made red lentil bolognese sauce the next 5 days. Nice, red lentil bolognese sauce. That actually does sound delicious. Huh. Hey, Lucini, thank you so much for Prime. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't know what I'll cook next time. I mean, I haven't really thought about it yet. Maybe I make some chicken tikka masala actually, because I do think that freezes pretty well. And the rice I can just cook as I go, Because the last time I did pre-cook the rice, but I'm personally not the biggest fan of pre-cooking the rice.
For you.
But cooking rice is not like the end. Like, it doesn't take that long. It's not, I mean, it does take long, but it's not a lot of work. The only time where I can't pre-cook the only time where I can't cook the rice on the day is if I have to eat dinner at the, like, here. Because then I can't cook the rice here. Star search damage is calculated when you're when you're pressing it, not when it's landing. Enjoy your lunch, Marcos. Okay, how many Valor stones do you need? Oh, I have enough Valor stones now. To craft an item, right? Let's do that real quick, because I only have one embellishment. Okay, because I don't have a gilded like a gilded. Just to make sure I didn't buy it at some point. Let me double check. Spark. Okay, I don't. Okay, there we go. So now I have a spark. Wait, I still need some gilded crest, right? Shit, how many do I need? Do I need 90? I need 90, right? I'm missing 2. Right? Oh, fuck. Guess you have to do one more then. Okay, okay, bear back 1 second. Then we're finding another key to play. All right. Man. Hey, thank you so much for subbing, Lissu. And thank you so much for gifting a sub to Dupsman as well. Thank you so much. It is so nice of you. Welcome, you too. I swear the water in this building here is, like, if it was like half a degree colder, it would be frozen. Like, there's ice cold water that comes out of the faucet. I swear, half a degree colder, it would be solid, frozen solid. Why so black today? Why not? I'm confused. Do I need a reason to wear black clothes? Are you going to a funeral? Listen, you can wear black clothes and not go to funeral. It looks good. I literally look good as fuck, yeah? I don't have to go to a funeral to wear black, yeah? Wearing black trousers and a black top is totally fine. All black is fine, guys. You don't need to be afraid to wear all black clothes. Man, like, I swear, one of the funniest things to me is when gamers come into my stream and give me fashion advice. Not to say that I am good with fashion, generally speaking, yeah? But sometimes people come in here, it's like, why do you wear this? Like, who are you? Like, I'm sorry, guy with his shirt and, like, normal, like, pants sitting in front of his PC, or, like, joggers. It's like, who are you to give me fashion advice? This is the 1 month out of the year that people aren't allowed to come in and wearing all black clothes. True, not only are black clothes always good, but it's also literally Halloween month. Hey Sven, beautiful day to you as well. True, actually. I forgot. A real gamer wouldn't be wearing any pants. Don't you know we're all fashion gurus, medical doctors, and fitness experts? Speaking of fitness fashion gurus, on Friday we're gonna play Dress to Impress. So you can give me all of your opinions on fashion, and I'm gonna judge them. I'm gonna judge you not quietly. It's gonna be very vocally. Dress to Impress is gonna be played on Friday. A relevant Dress to Impress segue, I know, right? I'm usually absolutely horrible at segues. They could be written right in front of me and I would still miss it. I'm the most horrible person at segues, but even I managed to find that one. Okay, what dungeon do you want me to play, guys? I have a question. Actually, lad, I don't have a question. I'm eating this right now. This is the best Bear Bells protein bar, by the way. And if you disagree, you're wrong. It's a white chocolate salty peanut. It is the best. Maybe you do actually the fastest keys. It's Arakara. Necrotic Wake. What else is fast? Mm. Okay, what's your most hated dungeon and why is it Siege of Borealis? Really? There's nothing? Microsoft Excel. You like Siege? Can't stand City of Threats. I'm also not a fan of City of Threats. You like Siege though? I'm not looking for 12 dungeons. That's why I'm not typing 12 to 12. How is no one inviting me to 11 keys? What is this? Anyone? Okay, we did it. Let's go. My table is now full of white chocolates. There's a job for Alfie to clean. I'm gonna order more bear bells. But white chocolate, salty peanuts. Salty peanut. Oh, there it is. 36.99. Salty peanuts. Oh wait, we're full already. Oh god. These are the wrong ones though. White chocolate almond? No. Huh. Oh, nice. Why does Amazon not have the ones that I want? This is a struggle. Man. Oh, there, I found it. This one's more expensive, though. What the fuck? What's your favorite protein bar? One that actually tastes good. But also has like decent macros. And not just like full of sugar. How peaceful is Capo? It's very peaceful, Capo. Very peaceful. Cliff protein bar. I've had Cliff, not the protein bars, but like the I mean they're not, I think they're more like carb bars, like energy bars. I like them with white chocolate and like macadamia nut or something.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright, let's do this.
And now you.
This music is a bit too emo though. Let's switch the music. Oh. Did we want to pull all of that? I assume no. Or did we? Well, shit. I might have gotten aggro from that one. This is a nice remix or song or whatever. That's a big vibe. Oh, it is a remix, okay. What happened to my overgrowth? Why did it not go through? Does anyone know? Like, I was casted on for the overgrowth, but then it didn't actually go off. Why? You can't shapeshift it, right? No. Or? Am I gangster too? Lara bars are delicious too, but I think those are also just energy bars. Okay, okay, okay. Gonna look into that as well. And what a vibe this is. Oh yeah. Wait, I forgot to start my treadmill again. Whoopsies. We can't play dungeons without walking.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Double AoE, let's go. Who else is staying up for the next 14.5 hours to watch the sunrise hike? Well, not me, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to do the hike.
Do you see it? A stone.
Tremor toad.
I'm really excited for the hike, though. I think it's going to be so cool. Even if I will be completely out of breath, I won't see a single thing, and the internet might be dropping once in a while, I don't care. I think it's going to be great. The only like big concern that I have is that you literally won't see anything, because the weather might be like really shit. But oh well. That would still be funny though. Like imagine I hike up this mountain and go through all of this effort, and then when I'm all the way at the top there it's like super cloudy and you don't see anything. That would still be hilarious. Or imagine I hike all the way up and then like for whatever reason on top the internet doesn't work or the stream doesn't work anymore, and then I see the most beautiful sunset and the stream doesn't work or something. Do you think you can plus 3 this hike? Absolutely not. I'm gonna have to see if I can do the hike at all.
A stone to call forth the darkness.
Like usually it takes around like 1.5 hours, but I think I'm gonna count 2.5 hours when I'm streaming. I don't know. I think I'll count 2.5. Just to make sure that I can... What is this song? Good lyrics. Oh, yeah. I'm in such a bad eclipse state right now. Yeah. Well, technically the hike is 1.5 hours, but I'm gonna take like an extra hour, or I'm gonna calculate an extra hour just to be sure that I'm gonna make it to the top. Because I did hike up there once before, but we definitely walked a bit faster. And I was like really out of breath. And when I'm streaming, I don't want to be that out of breath, because otherwise I won't be able to talk. So you mean sunrise? Yes.
danger beyond. Then our reunion.
Hey, Juventus, what's up? How are you?
Can you find your way through the mist? Choose wisely.
I hate the maze. I feel like I can't. There's never like any big pulls. It's ugh. So boring. It's like 4 mobs. Meh. How did the pumpkin cake turn out? It wasn't actually a cake, it was a pasta bake. So it was basically, it's similar to like a lasagna, except with pumpkin instead of bolognese sauce. And it turned out really, really well. Like it's actually delicious. It's really good, I swear. And the breakfast Doritos, the breakfast burritos turned out pretty well too.
You did it. Good guess.
I was really hungry watching. Did you finish your weekly quest? What weekly quest? What is this song?
No fooling you.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
I love this song actually. You have to listen to the text of this song, it's so good, the lyrics. Oh my god. Oh! That weekly. Oh, actually, yeah, I haven't finished it yet. Or maybe I did. Remind me after this dungeon to turn it in. I think I might have finished it. I think Moonkin looks pretty good for next patch. We're gonna get a pretty big rework, which is gonna make it more fun to play. But we're gonna have to see. I do think that Moonkin's gonna be fun to play after the rework.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
No fooling you.
Yeah, me too. Wild Bubbles, it's so annoying. God. The charge buffs are so annoying. I hate them. The worst part about the charge mobs is that they interrupt your cast. If they wouldn't do that, then it wouldn't be that bad, I guess.
Do you see a stone to call forth the darkness?
Good one, Smilers, actually. I will be considering this. It's boss now, isn't it? Or is it not? I don't actually know.
No fooling you.
Oh yeah, it is. Are we lasting?
We're gonna have so much fun.
Alright.
You! I wanna play with you!
I want to play with you!
Bet you can't dodge this. Don't you wanna keep playing? One of us is
Why do you prefer spamming and plus to gearing and alt? Well, I mean, I still have to gear my main, yeah?
Call forth the darkness.
Why would I gear my alt when I haven't even geared my main yet?
playing. Wow, you're really good at this.
But I also just enjoy playing in plus more than... Like, I hate gearing characters, yeah? Like, it's... I think gearing... Like, gearing characters is just a chore. While playing plus is actually fun. Like, I enjoy playing plus. I do not enjoy going through chores to gear characters. So even once I'm fully geared on my druid, I still prefer playing my druid over gearing my alt. Because what would I gear my alt for?
Bet you can't dodge this.
Like, what's the purpose of gearing a character when... Like, I don't need it for anything, right?
Do you see it?
I'm gearing my main, so I do more damage for high keys. So once I'm done gearing my main, I'm still gonna continue playing my main. And I'll just do higher keys. Oh!
Aw, are you feeling tired? You! I wanna play with one of us is not like the others. Bet you can't dodge this. No more fun. You found me. Great job.
Do you see it?
To enjoy different perspectives of the game.
Call forth the darkness.
I wanna play with you.
But you can control what you enjoy, yeah?
Let's do it again.
Like, you might be enjoying different aspects of the game, but... So you do the different aspects because you enjoy them, but I don't. I enjoy doing high and plus or challenging content on a character that is fully geared. So that's what I do. If you enjoy gearing multiple characters and playing multiple characters, then that's what you do because you enjoy it. Like, it's just, I mean, it's not that deep. It's really not that deep. I just do not like playing alts and doing chores and alts, that's all. think I was confused because most people enjoy gearing, but do you think they do because you do, or why would you say that most people enjoy gearing? What makes you believe that most people enjoy the gearing process?
A stone to call forth the darkness.
So I mean, I do personally think that people generally enjoy gearing, at least to some extent. Like, I feel like a lot of people wouldn't be playing the game if there was no gearing process, basically, right? Like, if you would just log on and you would immediately have, you know, best slot gear and you would just play in plus, like, a lot of people would probably be demotivated to play because there's nothing they can chase after when it comes to player power gains. But a lot of people don't seek out the gearing process. It's just like a means to an end, right? Oh no, obviously, yeah, there needs to be a gearing process. The gearing process is very important. But that still doesn't mean I have to like it in particular. Like, I understand why the gearing process exists, but that's like, once I'm done gearing, I'm gonna stop. Right? I'm not gonna go out of my way to go through the gearing process again on another character once I'm done on my main. Like, once I'm done on my main, I'm done. And I'm gonna play in plus with my gear character and reap my rewards, basically, from having put all of this time into gearing it by doing big numbers. Because I love big numbers. Big numbers go crazy, yup. I don't think there's such a thing as having too many characters. It's just, like, some people just like playing multiple characters. And some people just don't. I mean, I personally don't like it because I really, really hate the gearing process. I'm personally not a fan of the gearing at all. It's not that, like, it depends what kind of gearing, right? It's like, I don't mind playing in plus to gear my character because I like in plus, right? But in plus only really gets fun to me once I am geared. Because whenever you do an plus on a character that isn't geared, you obviously are underperforming damage-wise, and I don't necessarily enjoy that much. Like, I'd rather do a plus on a character that is already geared. So the gearing process on my characters, I don't like them, especially not the process of, like, having to do things that are not challenging to get gear. I hate that part, like, the most. The one where you have to, like, I don't know, do delves or do world quests or do other quests or, like, ugh. Man, this shield is not dying, huh? Oh my god, we did it. Jesus.
Do you see it? A stone.
On and on and on. Yeah, it's the chores in particular, yeah. That's why I also never really keep up my characters. It's not MLs, I mean. It's not that I don't like playing other classes. It's really just the fact that I don't like keeping up multiple characters simultaneously. Like unlocking the vault in multiple characters, doing weekly quests in multiple characters, crafting gear in multiple characters. Like, all this stuff just like really annoys me. On and on and on. Nice. Okay, now I have enough Gilda Crest to craft an item.
Have aided the end of all things. Lakali slumbers, knowledge intact. Time will be his Sabbath.
Take out Sackbird, Mythic track on Priest, Gale Shadow Mythic track on Lock, and a Mythic track weapon on Like. What the hell, Kiwo? That's insane. Congrats, that's crazy. Alright, let's craft this, whatever it is we're crafting. What am I crafting? Maybe I just craft glove? No, wait, that's shitty. Do I just craft... Do I craft a necklace? Or a ring? Oh, I guess I'm not done with the weekly quest just yet. I'm pausing this for a moment. Oh, I guess I could do wrists. My wrists are champion. They're kind of shitty. Yeah, let's do wrists, actually. If you want to get your spark, you need to do a weekly quest. Whatever it is this week. Man, what a jam. Okay, where am I?
Our forged paths intertwine.
There we go. Guild Harbinger Crest. Good. Now let's get an enchanted one real quick. What do I need for an enchanted one again? Wait.
I have calibrated my prices.
Alright, so I
to
need
be
this.
reasonable.
Holy shit, that's expensive. Jesus. Wait, I can do this with rank 2, right? Ah, whatever. I'm just gonna do the max. Okay. Too much effort to think about this right now. Alright. So now that we have this. Leatherworking. Okay, so I need waistband. No. Kickers. No. Grasps. No. Armbands. Jesus. Man, that was complicated apparently. Okay, 3. Then I need this. Okay, then I need... No, it's not called Fever Flare, right? Or is it this one? Algari Missive? It is this, I think, right? I think it is. Okay, then... what is the embellishment called? Living armor banding. Wait, you're still playing that, right? Or are people playing something different? Let me double check. Isn't this what it is? It is, okay. No, actually, Yargi is playing... Yargi is playing Silicon Lining. Krona is playing Ascension. I don't know. I mean, I can see the reasoning behind Silicon Lining. I mean, whatever. I'll just buy this for now. I can always change it later if I don't feel like it anymore. So... It is what it is. Okay. Touching grass more? Yes! We're gonna hike up a mountain in the darkness, Nevernoon, just so we can see the sunrise. It's gonna be great. Is it worth keeping 2 stacks of Starfall up? If it's worth to cast 1 Starfall, then it's also worth to cast 2 Starfalls. So basically, Starfall, each individual Starfall that you're casting is a single instance of damage. It's like saying, like when you're Star Surging, for example, you never ask yourself, oh, should I Star Surge or should I Wrath? If it's worth to Star Surge once, it's also worth to Star Surge twice. And it's the same with Starfall. Don't think of Starfall as like stacking it. Think of it as each Starfall is an individual instance of damage. Like imagine you would put it on the floor. Like I know Starfall can be confusing because it's a buff on your character. But Starfall is nothing other than like an AoE damage spell. It has no interaction with anything. You press it and it does damage. That's it. If you press 2 Starfalls, you have 2 spells that do damage, you know? Now imagine Starfall is like Blizzard. You know, like a round AoE that you press and that you put on the floor. The more you can have up, the better it is, right? Like if it's worth it to put 1, then it's also worth it to put 10. Yeah, it's like Rain of Fire. Yeah, exactly. So never think of Starfall as like some sort of like buff. Think of it as something that you place on the floor. Like obviously you're not placing it on the floor, but imagine it's like a Rain of Fire or a Blizzard or a Consecration or something like that. Then it will make a lot more sense to you on how to use it. Because some people think there's some sort of interaction with it, or like or that it like buffs you somehow, but it really does not. You just press it, it does damage. Yeah, or flame strike, yeah. Or even you can think of it as like a divine storm or like literally any AoE spell. It's the same thing.
I have calibrated my
Except that it does its damage over time, of course, so a Starfall that you press at the start of the pack is, of course, gonna be different than if you press it all the way at the end. Because if the mobs are about to go down, then pressing Starfall, obviously, at the very end is not gonna be worth it anymore. If the mobs die within the next 2 seconds or so, of course, then it's not worth it.
My thanks for your patronage.
Alright, I'm gonna do a public order because I believe in people to craft me a rank 5 wrist. Are you ready? For 1,500. Rank 4? No, it's gonna be rank 5, I'm telling you. Rank 5! This is now gambling stream.
Return
Okay, let me answer this message real quick and then... Actually, like, be right back 1 moment. I'm gonna get this rank 5, I'm telling you. Alright, where's my rank 5? Ah, come on! Who made this? Who made this? Timmer Decay. What the hell? I paid you for this. Ungoddamn believable. Why put it? You can't put any rank for public orders. Public orders are FFA. Okay, let's buy an enchant. Are enchants still so expensive? Wrist. Yes, they are, apparently. Okay, whatever. Well, at least we have an embellishment again. And we've gained some item level. I can even upgrade some stuff still. I still have 160 left. Guys, we're getting somewhere. Soon we're gonna be acceptable item level. Not yet, but we're getting there. Soon. Okay, this is gilded, gilded, gilded. I can upgrade this. Let's upgrade this. Coffee. Wait, I think I actually still have some coffee left. Now that I think about it. I technically could join a crest farm, but at the same time I also want to unlock my vault. So let's... I want to do at least 12s. At least 11s, not 12s. Oh no, I'm actually out of coffee, man. Man, I thought there's some left, but there's nothing. Sad. How to make rich friends? That's a good question. Maybe we should make a tutorial on how to make rich friends. That should be a YouTube video. How to make rich friends in WoW. A necrotic wake. We're born for this. So I think today, because I have an appointment at 6 today, and I want to go work out before that. Also, I need to figure out how to use the PC at home, and I have to hang the laundry. So how long do I need for that? Like 1.5 hours, right? So if I leave in an hour... No, wait, is that too late? No, that's not too late. If I leave at 4:30, that's fine. In an hour and 15 or so, yeah. That's totally fine. No, I'm good. Yeah, because if I leave at 4:30... Yeah, that's fine. I think I'm gonna be good. I just need to make sure that I can sleep early enough today because I need to wake up in the morning to do the hike. The sunrise hike. And then I also need to like set it up and everything beforehand, which might take some time too. I wish I could use my phone to stream. Well, not to stream, but like I wish I could use my phone as like a camera. But The problem is the gimbal is like too heavy, and then I can't attach it properly to myself without it like moving too much. Sunrise Hack on a Thursday in October, you are blessed. Yeah, I know, right? Any quality of life changes since you started walking on a treadmill daily? I don't really think so. Like I don't think there's anything I could pinpoint towards the walking, you know? It's not that, yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm sure it benefits me positively. I think the main thing, honestly, for the walking, I'm sure there's like health benefits that I'm getting from the walking generally. But I do think the one thing that is the coolest thing for me personally, the one that is the most impactful, I guess, or the most obvious, is like the mental effect it has. Because when you're really busy and you don't have time to do any like activity that is like any like healthy activity, like if you don't have time to go to the gym or to go for a walk or to go for anything really, if all you do is like sleep, sit on a PC, sleep, then I always feel like a bit bad, you know, because I feel like, oh my god, I did nothing today. But obviously when I'm walking here, then that's not really the case. Would I have liked to go to gym instead? Would I have liked to go outside or go for a hike or go for some other sporty activity instead? Yes, of course, right? But it still doesn't feel as bad to be stuck inside all day when you're walking a little bit, right? Like it feels like you have done something at least. So I think it's more of a mental thing mainly that it is. I mean, it's obviously still a healthy thing to get more steps and more like movement in. But I already walked a lot before I got this. So it's not that I went from like no steps at all to like loads of steps per day. That's why I personally don't really, like I didn't really see any super major health impacts because I already was walking a lot before. And I was already really active before. But I personally think that increasing your steps a day has really, really major health impacts if you're like really sedentary before. So if you go from like only walking or taking like 1,000 steps a day to taking 8,000 to 10,000 steps a day, I do think that's actually like a big deal. And it has like huge health benefits. I'd recommend going outside to walk so your mind can be free. Okay, so I agree walking outside is really nice. But this is not an if or. You know, like I'm not making the choice between walking inside or walking outside. I'm making the choice between sitting down while playing or walking while playing, right? It's not an either or decision. I'm not saying, okay, I walked while streaming now, so I'm not gonna walk outside. That's not the decision I'm making, right? Like I'm not replacing any outside activity with walking inside. I'm adding the walking inside to whatever else I would be doing outside anyway.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Okay, you are closing in on 13 kilometers. How much are you still gonna walk outside though? I will not walk outside today, but I wouldn't have walked outside today even if I didn't walk inside. Because I don't have the time to walk outside today. That's what I mean.
Kyrion's loyal servants have
Like sometimes people just don't have the time to just like sometimes people don't have 2 hours in their day where they can just decide, oh, I'm just gonna take a 2-hour walk today, you know?
Do you see it?
Maddie.
To call forth the
Way too cold. Let's ask to walk. It's not that cold here. Like I could definitely walk outside today from the temperature. Like it would be a nice day to walk outside. Yeah, I know, kid 51. It's crazy, right? Yeah, the amount of people that look down upon me walking is a little bit mind-blowing to me because I really don't understand why the people are not getting it. It's such a weird thing. Like it happens to me a lot that people come in here and be like, "Oh, why don't you just like go to the gym instead?" Or why don't you walk outside? Or like, ugh. It's like, I don't know. Like I still go to gym, yeah. I go to the gym 3 times a week. I'm not replacing my gym sessions with walking on a treadmill. I think we should probably just reset this boss, huh? Probably better?
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
I think maybe the thing that confuses people the most is that people don't look at me streaming. Ah, shit. Okay, well, now we're fucked. We can still do this key, though, if people are not leaving, right? Like, this is certainly not depleted. But I assume people are gonna leave. It's not depleted, guys. We can do this, Kia. Why are you saying GG, guys? We have 26. Oh, okay, fine. Why are people leaving? We could have easily done this key. Like, we have an hour. So. Oh, man. Why do people always leave? When we can easily still time the key. Yeah, I'm using running shoes when I walk. I'm definitely using running shoes. I was using sneakers before, and that's not comfortable. Like if you walk a lot, you definitely need to make sure that you have comfortable shoes. But yeah, to go back, I do think that a lot of people don't look at me streaming as like a job, you know what I mean? Like a lot of people see me play and they don't make the correlation between it being work, right? So they don't think about me walking while working. They think of me walking while like playing games, which to them means, oh, it's like my free time. So basically what they are thinking is, instead of playing video games, I could do something else, probably, you know? Like, I think that's why some people are, like, looking down upon it, you know? Because if somebody walks while they work, then you would immediately make the correlation. It's like, okay, of course, people have to work, so walking while working is just like an added movement that you wouldn't be doing otherwise, right? But people don't think of streaming as working sometimes. And then they think, oh, instead of playing video games, she could just go outside and walk, you know? But that's just not how it works, because for me, streaming is working, right? So I'm in fact walking while working and not walking while doing my like free time activities. What is this now? Oh no, that's wrong. No. That's actually wrong. Walking is actually gonna you can lose weight while walking. It will make a huge impact. No, you're wrong. Walking a lot will actually have a huge impact on losing weight, if that's what your goal is. Walking is, in fact, a very good activity if you want to lose weight. Walking is very, very good to like improve your metabolism. You also need diet and more exercise than walking? No, absolutely not. If you, like, I'm not saying that you don't need to change your diet, but like if you eat the same thing as you always eat, like let's say you eat maintenance calories, right? If you eat maintenance calories with like a daily step count of 1,000, and then you increase your step count to 10,000 while not changing anything else, then you will probably lose weight because the extra steps that you're taking is gonna put your energy output below your maintenance, and then you will lose weight. Like walking does burn calories in a very efficient way. It's when I say efficient, it is obviously a lot more time consuming than like a higher energy cardio session would be. Like if you're comparing 30 minutes of walking to 30 minutes of like another higher intensity cardio session, then of course the higher intensity cardio session will be burning more calories in that comparison. But that's not what we are comparing, right? We're comparing like 10,000 steps to nothing, right? 10,000 steps is like, that's a lot of calories you're burning. So in addition to nothing, right? The really, really good thing about like walking is, first of all, like usually people have an easier time sticking to walking versus like other activities, right? Because obviously, if your goal is to lose weight, you probably aren't like incredibly active at the moment. I'm just gonna assume now. Not everyone, but like you're not gonna be like the most active person, presumably, if you're like, if you want to lose weight. Like, this is like again, it's an assumption. I'm sure there's people who are very active and still want to lose weight. Like, I'm sure that is also true. But I'm just gonna assume right now that a person that wants to lose weight, that they have a hard time sticking to either to stick to a certain diet, or they have a problem sticking to a certain like activity level, right? And usually it's much easier to try and reach a certain step count than it is to all of a sudden start going to the gym 3 times a week from never going to the gym, or to start doing cardio every day compared to never doing cardio before, right? So step count is almost always like one of the easiest things to start doing because it's not as demotivating. It's not that hard because people, like you don't have like the highest heart rate ever when you start walking, right? So it's not that exhausting to people, and therefore it's also not as demotivating to people. So walking is a really, really good way to start losing weight. And another thing that is also really important is that walking does not make you like a lot hungrier than other sporty activities do, right? Because that is something that a lot of people don't think about. A lot of people forget about the fact that your body will have a reaction to any kind of like change in activity if it's like a drastic change, right? Because if you go from doing nothing to all of a sudden doing like very high intense cardio, then your body will have a reaction to this and be like, what the fuck? I need more energy. Like at first your body was like, oh, we don't do that much. I can kind of chill. I don't need that much calories, you know, because I don't need to expend that much energy per day. Like this is fine. And then as soon as you add really like high intense kind of cardio to your daily like activities, then all of a sudden your body will be like, wait a second. We're gonna do this every day now? You're gonna need to eat more. like your body goes into like a mode where they're like, oh my God, like we're gonna need more energy, you know? Which then in return makes you hungrier, right? Until your body is used to it, until your body knows what to do with your activity level increasing. But when you're just adding more steps, then you're tricking your body into thinking, okay, this is not like super high intense cardio. Like you don't need a lot more energy to walk, right? So you're kind of quote unquote tricking your mind and your body into not making you hungrier, even though you are increasing your activity level, right? Which helps your metabolism to not do something completely insane, you know, and to not have your brain be like, oh my God, I need to eat all day or something. Because that happens a lot when people get really active all of a sudden. They don't lose weight because they get hungrier and then they eat more. That is like a very, very common thing that happens when people add a lot of cardio to their activity level. And there's nothing wrong with them. It's literally just like a very natural reaction, right? From your body. And there's not much you can do. Because if you start craving food all day, you're going to eat more food. There's not much you can do about it.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's do it.
And now you learn the true lesson of the void.
Yeah, this completely new concept of walking, guys, yeah? I should make some walking guides. How to best walk on a treadmill while doing plus 10 necrotic wake. Step one step at a time.
Do you see a stone to call forth the darkness?
Best is slot set for walking. The mic is not that far away. Like maybe the mic looks further away than it actually is. Like there's... My mic is maybe 15 centimeters from my mouth. It's not that far. Maybe even just 10. Don't forget the sunscreen when you leave the basement. That one too. Don't forget about your sunscreen. Thank you, Marcos. Have a good one. Thank you so much for hanging out. Enjoy the rest of your day. Okay, let's sit on the treadmill again.
See it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Poor Kuros. I've stopped and started this treadmill so many times today. I don't know why either. I just randomly decided to start and stop it. Hey, Fasty, no worries. So, are there actually some people that are watching right now that got like a walking pad themselves? Is there people that like that are walking while gaming or working? No, but I'm tempted for sure. Nice. So the people that started walking a little bit while gaming, what is it you notice? Like is there a difference you feel like? Like, do you feel more energetic, or do you feel like fitter, or do you feel, I don't know? Do you feel anything? Walking while working right now? Nice, Harry Murray. Less angry? That's actually a good one. Yeah, I do think that, honestly for me, the mental aspect of it is really nice. I think that's like the major impact that I am feeling for sure. And more energy, yeah. I definitely feel that too when I'm, like sometimes when I'm a little bit like tired or I'm a little bit low energy, if I start walking, I definitely feel like it's helping. No, I don't really have a recommended walking pad. The one that I have, I don't necessarily want to recommend it. I'm currently looking into getting different walking pads. In fact, I'm currently looking into getting, like I'm trying to do like an event. I don't want to tell you what it is exactly yet. But I'm currently like in the process of doing some research into different brands that do walking pads, because I'm looking for a walking pad that has a specific like function that I could then use for an event that I'm trying on stream. And if I find a walking pad that has good quality and has these functions, then I would love to like do an event with maybe like a company that's willing to collaborate with me on that one. The one that I have right now, unfortunately, like that's just like a cheap one that doesn't really have any like functions at all other than the walking. Like it's really just like a means to an end. It does what it's supposed to do. It's not like it's not anything necessarily bad. It didn't break yet, even though it does smell like it's burning up once in a while. But yeah, it doesn't have like any other functions, which is something that I'm currently looking for. And if I find a company that has a walking pad with that function, then I'm gonna reach out to some of these brands and see if one of them sends me one so I can test it out a little bit. And then I want to have an event, a stream event, that I would be looking forward to a lot if it works out. But first I'm gonna have to find a walking pad that can do the thing that I wanted to do. And then I also need to find a company that would be willing to work with me on the thing. Shit, that was supposed to be my interrupt, I guess.
Your temple lies in ruin.
Rally
Your
and cry.
brethren are butchered. You have already lost.
Vile monster!
So if you guys have a walking pad, that you think is really cool, that works really well, just make sure that you have used it for a while. Then definitely send it to me on the Discord channel so I can look into them. But yeah, make sure you don't recommend it to me if you've only used it for like 2 weeks or so, or like, you know, just make sure you have enough like experience with it, because I guess sometimes with these products, they might be nice initially, and then a month later maybe they break or something. I am in combat. Fuck. And I don't have Shadow Melt. With RGB lights. Something like that, yeah. Yes, it's not going to be Naguura Con, but like Naguura Fest, yeah? But there, I don't have any concrete plans for it, no. No concrete plans. The walking pad that I have is pretty silent. Like, it depends. Like, you can definitely hear it. Like, it's definitely audible. I personally have a headset on, and then I can't hear it anymore because, I mean, I have a headset, right? I don't have, like, a super noise-canceling headset because I don't like that. And if there's no music, then I can hear it through my headset. Because, as I said, it's not a noise-canceling headset. But if I'm listening to music, I can't hear it. It's not, like, loud. Nice, sorry, Mari. But yeah, if you guys have a walking pad and you can actually recommend it genuinely, then I would definitely love your recommendation if you guys want to post it on the Discord, and I'm gonna look into them. Naguura Fest is drinking coffee of a Naguura Fest coaster. Yeah, so I have an idea probably for next year. This is not like, you know, set in stone or anything. Like, I haven't really, it's just like an idea I have. Where maybe next year we could do one of the special streams, like the Naguura Fests, in person, you know? So it would be kind of like a Naguura Con, but not really. So basically, I would be doing a special stream with Johnny, like the usual special stream, where we have challenges and giveaways and quizzes, whatever. And I would be streaming it, but like in a room where people can watch. So people could be there in person, you know? I thought that would be a pretty cool idea, because then I can also include some people if they want. Like the idea is that people can watch, and maybe there's like, if you want to, then you can also participate as like in the special stream. So the idea that I had was that when you join the special stream, like when you come into the venue, wherever I'm holding the special stream, you guys can choose like an armband, like either like a red one or a blue one or something. If you choose the blue one, then you're willing to participate. If you choose the red one, then you don't. You just want to watch, right? Because obviously there's some people who don't want to be on camera or whatever. And then when we do the special, like the events, then Johnny might pick some people of the audience that beforehand chose that they want to be part of it. And then I can maybe play against the people in the audience, which I think would be super cool. And then, of course, we'd also be live streaming it, so people that can't be there in person, they can still watch it. And I thought that would just be a really cool idea. And then that, like, on the day we do the special stream, which is going to take all day, probably. And then after the special stream is over, we can all go for dinner or something. Fuck. Ah. And then the next day we can maybe go for like a hike or something like that. Fuck. And I was thinking, what? Oh, I got necrotic bolted. So I was thinking that obviously there is some people who don't want to hike. So I was thinking we could go to a place, to a cottage, where you can also take a lift. Because obviously we have lifts here in the summer where you can go up. And then there's like a restaurant or a cottage on the top. So I was thinking that we could all go for like lunch or something, or for, I don't know, coffee and cake on a cottage, like on a mountain. But yeah, some people can choose to take the lift if they want to. And others can hike, others can take an e-bike, you know, whatever it is you want to do. And then we just meet up on the next day. And then that's it. So it would be like 2 days of hanging out. Oh my god! I've died 3 times! I don't even know how I had aggro from this guy. I didn't do anything. I didn't even starfall. Oh, what a disaster. You can have a hiking party alternatively. Yeah, like if you want to hike, you can join the hike. And whatever activity level you choose, you can do.
Just a moment longer.
But I feel like that would be so fucking cool, don't you think? The biggest problem with this idea that I have is that South Tyrol, like here where I live, it's very difficult to get to. That's the #1 issue that I have with this. Because we don't have any airports that are close by. And the connection is a little bit annoying. That kind of sucks. So if people want to go and join this Naguura, this event, then it would be a little bit of a... yeah. It would be a journey. But I would really love to do it. I would love to meet all of you guys, or like the people that, you know, want to hang out. That would just be so cool. Oh! Oh god.
Rallying cry.
That was a double gore splatter. Oh nay! We can still do it, guys. We can still do it. No, I've never actually done a meetup. That's why I would look forward to it so much. So here's the thing, like I'm super scared of doing meetups because I always think that no one's gonna show up. I have this irrational fear that if I ever do a meetup that like not a single person is gonna show up. I don't know. So I never want to do meetups, even when I'm at events, like even when I'm at like Gamescom or BlizzCon or whatever. I just don't know. Like I have this like thing in my mind where I'm like, oh, no one's gonna show up anyway, and then I don't want to do it because I don't know. But the thing with this event, with this Naguura Fest idea that I have, I would obviously, because it's like a bigger project, I would let people sign up beforehand. And if no one signs up or like very few people sign up, then I'm just not going to do it, you know? So I feel like I have a little bit of a safety net here. Like it wouldn't be like a spontaneous thing. It's something that people would actually have to sign, like they would have to sign up. And then it would be, because I have to plan around it. I need to know how many people are going to be coming, right? And yeah, Johnny will be there, of course, yeah. I couldn't do the special stream without Johnny.
Come, my assistant. These raw materials are in need of processing.
Yeah, for people that live in Austria or Germany, for them it wouldn't be that bad. It's mainly for people that would have to fly. Because if you have to fly, then you have to land in Innsbruck or in Verona or something, and then you still have to drive or take the train or whatever afterwards. And I always think that sucks a little. Because whenever you have to take the plane, then I feel like it would be great if you take a plane and then you like travel for max 40 minutes to an hour afterwards, and then you're there. But if I have to take a plane and then after I land, I still have to take like 3 different connections that take me like 2 hours or 3 hours, that's always a bit exhausting and a bit annoying. And unfortunately, it's gonna be like that probably for some people that have to take that would have to fly. But honestly, this is gonna be the first time that I do something like this. And if there's not a lot of people that come, that's fine, you know. Like if it's 10 people, then it's 10 people. And then maybe if it's like, if it works really well, we can expand on the idea. And technically speaking, I could also do this somewhere else, right? If it's a really big concern to do it in South Tyrol because people can't get here, then I could also just do this event somewhere else where it's like easier easier accessible for people, right? But that's like a future thing. I am from South Tyrol. A lot of people that watch me are from EU. Like, I would say like 70 to 80% of people that watch me are European, probably.
A stone to call forth the darkness.
Oh. Look how much time we still have left. And we have 13 deaths. Like, we wiped twice. And now imagine the key earlier. We wiped once on the first boss, on Blightbone, when he was on 90% HP. Like, we didn't lose a lot of time at all. And Tiel immediately left. God.
No!
People don't have any trust anymore in keys.
I can't wait to put your corpse. I'll have you in stitches.
Hey, human, what's up?
Do you see it? A stone to call forth
Gaming facility with private chef and gym. Oh my God.
Parts related.
That's my dream come true, actually.
Imbecile! I don't want to believe you!
Holy shit, this boss just melted. What is this Frosty K damage? Holy Jesus Christ. Why can't Frosty K's do things like that? This seems illegal. What is this illegal damage?
Bastion shall be laid to waste. None can escape the
Frosticate's fine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this seems fine. Na, 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 na. Oh, ah. Yeah, it seems balanced enough. Really well, Bubbles. That is so cool to hear. You're motivated to work out because you see me walk. That is really, really cool to hear. I'm so glad. I was going to, as my ribs hurt, but you gave me motivation. Wait, but if your ribs hurt, you should, like, I'm the same. Like, sometimes I give advice that I'm not listening to myself. Sometimes I do go and work out even though I don't feel that great. And that is, like, I know that's a bad thing, and you also shouldn't go and work out when your ribs hurt, like. But sometimes taking a rest day and, like, listening to your body when you're not feeling great or when you're, like, in pain or whatever. Okay, I skipped the exile, so I'm gonna die in 40 seconds. But we can kill the boss in 40 seconds, I believe. Otherwise, we still have a rest, I guess. But yeah, sometimes if you don't feel that good and then you still go work out, you just make it worse, and then you can't work out for like much longer than just a day, right? You always have to think about it that way. But yeah, I'm preaching something that I'm not listening to myself, because I always do the same thing too, where I'm just like, oh, it's not that bad, I should still go, you know? Oh, what is this ring? Look at that. Anyone needs? Can I trade this ring even? Oh, yeah, I can. La 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 la. La la la. I'm going on holiday next year and want to look better than I do now. Okay, you got this, Wild Bubbles. I believe in you. You totally got this. La 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 la. And I think a holiday is a great like goal for, like, you know, a great motivation to like work out and to be more active and stuff. Because looking good on vacation is always nice. Just make sure that because one of the things that I guess sucks a little bit when you have just one goal, because sometimes people have this one thing where, oh, I want to like get to like the perfect shape for this event, you know, for like for a vacation or for a wedding or whatever, and then they do these like really drastic lifestyle changes that are not sustainable just to like look good for this like one moment. And then because it's not like a properly sustainable lifestyle change, you're gonna go right back to where you were before afterwards. And like that really sucks, because then you put so much effort into something and you like quote unquote suffered through all of these things, and you like do achieve your goal. But then if you go back afterwards to how it was previously, then was it really like, right? So the one thing that you have to keep in mind, if you want to like change your life for a certain specific like event, still make sure that you're doing things that are more sustainable, so you can actually like stick to it and like stay that shape afterwards, right? Because if you're going to look amazing for your holiday, but then afterwards you go right back, then that also sucks. But I'm sure you know that. I'm sure you know. So. How was the mango? And then after that, being generally healthier for my children. Nice. Okay, that is super cool to hear. But yeah, I mean, I do think that as long as people are aware that the changes have to be sustainable, then having like one like specific date or one specific event that you're working towards is like a good thing to have, right? It's just additional motivation, right? And then that's not bad at all. Oh yeah, true. I have completed the quest now. True. Some my family. Alright, let's see what I got. Where do you turn in this quest? Okay, wait. Did I just not see it on a minimap? Oh, is it here? I see a quest like underneath. No, wait. Where's this quest? Oh, it was where I was. Ah, this guy.
Please.
Aha.
proceed.
All right, Spy Masters. Okay, well, that's not what I wanted. Well, shit. That's not very good. Well, at least I can upgrade some stuff still, I think. What do we have? I have some gilded crests. Oh, man. Okay, let's upgrade this. 625, guys. 625. We're getting there. We're so close. Okay, I think I can do one more dungeon. Yeah, I can. Or, yeah. Quick dungeon. Maybe not a 12. Let's do an 11. Like an Arakara or something. Nice, Naguura. Congrats on your Spy Masters. That's really cool. We're clubbing now. A female body. Have a good one, Houdini. See you tomorrow, hopefully. Maybe I try. So we said Arakara, Mist, and what else? Oh, nice. What's your item level, guys? Like, is my item level actually bad, or just a little bit bad? $626, $627, $630. Okay, so I'm pretty average, I guess, then. Sometimes you're just gonna be average. Wait, the wind came out of nowhere and now it's blowing like a million leaves out of the trees in front of me. There's so many leaves falling down right now. That's so cute. Huh. It's like it's raining leaves. Cute.
Speak your piece if you must.
602 because I can't stop re-rolling. The re-rolling sickness. Okay, Arakara. I don't know, it really only goes up once or twice a week now. Yeah, item level increase is very slow for sure. To be fair, I would still be able to get a pretty big item level bump if I would just farm Valor Stones. Farming Valor Stones takes forever. And I don't want to do lower keys. Man. It's a struggle. Yeah, honestly, I should make sure that I'm not getting sore, because if I get sore, then I can't do the sunrise hike tomorrow. So I'm only gonna walk for another 7 minutes, and then we stop. I still have to do a HIIT workout later. I mean, I don't have to, but I want to. I'm stuck with some low item pieces like the Kivesa rare weapon, because the outseems even 639 normal weapons. Really? Huh, interesting. Interesting. I can't believe I have a rank 4 Omen crafted item. Oh man. Hey, stupid Aussie Drongo. I personally don't have Spy Master, so I don't really know how you would optimize the usage of it in Plus, honestly. I never really thought about it, because I just don't have it. Der Knochenkai. Good name. I think the Mookin changes are really nice. I'm definitely looking forward to them. I've played them on beta a while ago. Not on beta, on PTR. Honestly, I forgot half of it, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. Because it's a while ago that I tested it on PTR. Oh god, I'm so going to be late for my HIIT session. Okay, whatever, it's not going to take that long. I'm going to be fine. I'm looking forward to eating my pumpkin pasta bake later today. What are you guys having for dinner tonight? Nah, I love you, Unfair Druid. I'm so excited for tomorrow, guys. I'm still a bit worried about the weather. I'm Googling the weather again. Oh, God. Do you think it's going to rain? Do you think I'm going to see the sun? God, it's really just not looking good, huh? Fuck. guys. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. I don't know about this. I don't know about this. I know it's too bad. Watching you kiss her. Oh shit.
Rallying cry.
I'm so dead. You stupid crawlers. In the corner.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
John. Pasta sauce with chicken? Delicious. Not sure about dinner yet. Okay. Chicken fried rice with peppers? It does sound good. Tomato and herb pasta with chicken, nice. Man, all of these meals sound delicious. You know what I would love to do once? That would be so fucking cool. I mean, that's not really a possible idea. Like, it's not really feasible. But it would be so cool. Do you guys know, what is it called? Like, oh my god. In Germany, it's called Promi-Dinner. Basically, it's, there's like a bunch of people. Like, usually it's like a group of pairs. And they cook dinner, like a proper like dinner menu. And they invite the other pairs to their dinner. And then you rate the dinner afterwards. And then next weekend or something, the next pair is going to cook dinner. And you're all invited, you know. And then you rate that again. And that happens depending on how many pairs there are. Like, let's say there's 4 pairs of 2, then you do this like 4 times so that each pair can cook once. It's usually like a show that you can watch on TV, like it's just a TV show. Usually it's done with like famous people. I did this once with my friends in real life, and I thought it was really cool. It's called Come Dine With Me in the UK. Yeah, that sounds like it's the correct show that I'm thinking of.
Interview.
Alright, the treadmill stopped, guys. No more walking for today. Only standing. No, it's just a show. It's not a culture thing. It's just like... no, it's not. It's a show, like a TV show. And I thought it would be really cool, like, in theory, if I could do that with Twitch chat, you know? I would love to do that with Twitch chat.
Call forth the darkness.
It's not really possible, but, you know, it would be very cool.
Mass barrier.
The idea was this concept of like dine with me is what the show is called in the UK. So you basically have this event or this show where somebody cooks like a 5-course menu or like a 3-course menu and invites like other people to that dinner. And then the next day or the next weekend, another pair cooks for everyone else. And then the next weekend, the third pair cooks for everyone until everyone has cooked for everyone. And then you like rate the menus or the dinners to see who did the best job. And usually it's not like proper chefs, it's like, you know, just hobby cooks or whatever. It's a lot of fun because usually you don't cook like super fancily, right? At home. But this gives you like the opportunity or like the opportunity to like make a proper like 3-course menu. I did this once with my friends and it's actually so much work. Like we're cooking all day. If you're not used to cooking like a proper menu for people, and also if you're not used to cooking for multiple people as well, it is so much more work to cook for multiple people. It's crazy. I never even thought about this. I mean, I obviously know that cooking for more people is more work. Like, I'm not stupid, right? But how much more work it is crazy sometimes. I guess it depends. Like, cooking more pasta in a bowl is not necessarily like anything different, right? But I think a lot of people underestimate how much more time it takes to cook for more people, especially if it's like a lot more. If you're just cooking for 3 people instead of 2, that's not gonna be like a major difference. But if you cook for 10 people instead of 2, like that's actually very different.
Rallying cry.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
What if I bring 3 different types of cereal? Man, I honestly didn't have milk and cereal in so long. I would love some milk and cereal right now. Once I was in London and I went to this place that it was a restaurant. It was a cereal restaurant. It was so funny. They had all different types of cereal. And you could have like you could go there to just eat a bowl of milk with cereal. Or they had like different types of like, you know, you could order all types of milk. You could order like warm milk, cold milk. You could also have like other foods with cereal, like for example, chicken tenders with like cereal breading, basically, like stuff like that. And it was honestly, it was very cool. And then you could also have ice cream with cereal, stuff like that. It was very nice. But I think they closed it. I think that place is closed. Pumpkin spice cereal. That sounds delicious. Brain power. What is your favorite type of cereal? Because my favorite is Lions. They're so good.
Do you see it?
It's Lions. Unfortunately, the brand that makes it is Nestle, so don't buy them. But they're just so good.
Mass barrier. Rallying cry.
Ooh, I love honey nut as well. Yeah, honey nut used to be my favorite when I was younger. Yeah, honey type stuff, it's delicious.
Intervene.
I mean, I still can't get over the fact that like this one time when I made the ice cream, oh, it's so good.
Do you see
This one time I made ice cream myself and I made it out of cornflakes milk.
darkness?
Cornflakes. It was cornflakes milk ice cream, and it was so good. It was delicious. I do also love Frosties, yeah. Frosties also, for sure, my thing. I'm not into the chocolatey types that much. I'm not like a super big fan of like chocolatey Rice Krispies or something. Nah, why? Why do they all want to kill me? I'm so sad. I don't think I ever had Cinnamon Toast Crunch. So, okay, so the Lions, they are chocolatey as well. But I think they're mainly like the caramel, like the... I don't know what it is about them, because I feel like they're also like sweet and like honey is in there too. Like it's like caramel chocolate as well. I know. There's just something about the Lions I really like. I forgot about Cinnamon Life. Wait, what's that? I don't think I've ever heard of those.
Incompetent drones. I will end you myself.
Really, to Dune? That's interesting. So you're saying like the same cereal tastes different in other countries? Huh, interesting. I honestly didn't even know that there's certain health regulations. I mean, I understand that there's health regulations when it comes to like that you can't use certain types of like ingredients. But do you mean health regulations when it comes to like how much sugar there is and stuff? Yeah, you can move while convoking, yeah. Yeah, I know that generally they're a little bit more lax in the US, but is the EU regulating like the amount of sugar and stuff that is in like cereal, for example? Because I don't think so, right? I mean, at least I didn't know about that. Not really amounts, okay. But then why does cereal taste different? What is the US putting in their cereal that the EU is not allowed to put in there? I think because I thought that the main difference between taste is not because of regulations, but rather because of like cultural things and habit things, right? Because I don't think that the EU is telling you to put less sugar in cereal. Like, I don't think that's a law, right? But maybe there is less sugar in cereal in the EU because they just want to have less sugar in there? Or is there like an actual rule for how much sugar you can put in like certain cereals? It is regulated. Like, really? I didn't know that. Hey, Boopity. Thank you so much for 37 months. What's up? Wait. Wait, I didn't know you have to dodge this. Wait, how does this work? So it focuses you, and then you have to walk out of it? I'm an idiot, apparently. I didn't know you have to dodge this. Or did it just... Was it just supposed to survive it? Like, was it just supposed to, like... survive the charge?
I have many.
The funniest thing that I thought when it came to like the US with regulations with food, it's funny because like the US certainly does not have a lot of regulations for food, right? Like it seems like other countries have more healthy regulations. But but the US has this one rule that you cannot fully encase an item that isn't edible with food. So you're not allowed to sell Kinder chocolate, right? Because Kinder chocolate is like this egg, the Kinder egg, that encases like a really big surprise kind of like a toy or something, yeah? And they're not allowed to sell that in the US, right? And I thought that is so fucking funny. Because, like, like I feel like it would be incredibly difficult to choke on a Kinder egg. Like, how would you even be able to eat that whole thing? Like, that would be very difficult. But everything else, like food dye and all of these other like unhealthy things, like totally fine. But fully encasing a toy with chocolate, no. Like, I know. I'm just making fun of it. I do think that the rule does make sense. Like, I don't think it's like a really stupid rule. I'm sure it's just like a general rule that doesn't really have any like exceptions, right? Because generally it does make sense that there shouldn't be any hidden non-edible things in food, right? Like that general rule does make sense. It's just that for the Kinder Egg in particular, it feels a little bit pointless because the Kinder Egg is big enough that you wouldn't be like just eating it whole, right? But I do think the rule in itself does make sense. hot coffee cups tell us the contents may be hot. That is such an interesting. Oh my god, we're gonna have to talk about this. This is actually like a super interesting topic. Did you know? Like everyone has heard about this story where the lady sued McDonald's for like the coffee being too hot, right? Like everyone knows about the story. And most people think that it was super silly and that the woman was in the wrong. Like most people remember the story as like the woman did something like super stupid, and the fact that she got money is like it's a bad thing. Like basically everyone is like kind of siding with McDonald's in the story, right? But the interesting thing about this is that this was all just like a big kind of propaganda or like marketing campaign, when in fact the story was a lot more severe than what the media like portrayed it as. So basically what had happened is that the coffee was actually boiling hot. Like it wasn't just hot. It was like hotter than coffee ever has to be. And it was mainly because the coffee machines, I'm not sure if it was because of like convenience for it to be faster, or if it was, oh god, fuck. Shit, that mage kind of moved last second and I moved the wrong direction simultaneously. But yeah, so basically the coffee machines were a lot hotter than they're supposed to be. And it was actually just like hot, like actually like boiling hot. So this lady that spilled the coffee, she had like very, very severe burns. It wasn't just like, it wasn't just normal burns. It was actually like very, very like severe burns in her crotch area. And like she had to, like her skin basically like melted into each other. Like it was very bad. And a lot of people are not aware of that. Like a lot of people don't know just how bad this was. And this is not, like this is not just, oh, it was a bit hot. Like, it was actually just like way too hot. And the interesting thing is that this lady initially only wanted to sue the company for the hospital costs. She wasn't actually like being malicious. She didn't like sit in the hospital and be like, oh my god, I'm gonna sue them for everything they have, Like she actually just wanted the hospital costs to be covered. And then the lawyers that she worked with, they told her actually like you can get a lot more money because this is messed up and it shouldn't have been that hot and stuff, And then she initially like didn't even want that to happen. Oh my god, I'm trying my best to still do this key, by the way. Oh fuck. No!
Do you see
Like,
a stone to call forth?
no! 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 Why did I get... No! No! I almost did it! I was so close! Fuck! I typhooned the mop away and it got rid of my roots. Fuck. But anyway, so long story short, this whole thing happened, right, with this lady. And I think it was McDonald's, right? I'm not remembering the company. But McDonald's then paid a lot of money for like a marketing campaign to basically like change the story around to make her the bad guy. And a lot of people fell for it, Like a lot of people ended up believing that she is like the bad guy and that, you know, it's like lol, coffee hot lol. But in fact, it was actually like she was in the right for sure, and she wasn't like being malicious or anything. She made a mistake with the coffee and she shouldn't have spilled it, right? But that happens, you know? Like sometimes you are clumsy and you spill your coffee, you know, it happens. And it was like actually like way, way, way hotter than it was supposed to be, right? So she was actually in the right. But because of the amount of money that McDonald's or whichever company it was paid, the public kind of thought that she's the bad guy and that the company was not at fault. You should read it up, actually. There's like lots of information about this on the internet. It's a very interesting story. I thought it was so interesting how, because I was under the impression too that she is like, that she was in the wrong. Until I heard somebody talk about this. I thought it was so interesting. Wait, we died again. Oh god. Can we do this? I can maybe shut him out. Okay, I cannot shut him out. Fine. I believe we can do this, guys. Makes me wonder how much of... Yeah, I had this thing too, for sure. Yeah, whenever I came across that story about how it really happened with this lady and the coffee, it made me believe, wait a second, so how much of the stuff that I've heard in the past was actually like really how it happened, you know? Like, I feel like whenever this happened, like whenever I heard the real story behind it, then I was definitely a little bit more... Like, I started to be a little bit more wary about stories that I heard. And I really, like, considered, like, all angles, you know? Like, is it really, you know? Because the facts that were being portrayed about the story were true. It's not that McDonald's completely lied about it. They, like, the things that they said did happen. They just, like, ridiculous, like, they just didn't really, like, fully... give us the facts, right? So they like really manipulated. It was just like a smart marketing campaign, really. Like, it's crazy. I do think that the whole thing with the coffee thing happened before the internet was really... Wait, what why am I getting... The fuck? But yeah, I think this coffee thing happened before the internet was like super... like we didn't really have social media back then, I think. So I do think that nowadays this story probably would have not been... Like, people would have probably heard all sides of the story faster. Because that's the upside of the internet and of social media. You can't really get manipulated that much anymore by people that pay a lot for marketing. Because in social media, like, anyone can have a story go, like, viral, right? You don't have to be some huge corporation that pays for promotion or whatnot. That... to then be in media. Because I do think in the past the reason why people got manipulated so much was because the story that McDonald's told was told all over the news and nobody told the story of her, right? So that's why it was so easy for them to abuse it. Well, nowadays, with all of our social medias, I'm sure her story would have somehow gotten out too, I think. I mean, not 100%, but I feel like it would have been more likely. This must die. This must die. Yeah, cigarettes were another thing, of course, yeah. Like, cigarettes were also a thing where people were kind of brainwashed into believing that it's not unhealthy and stuff for a while, yeah. Yeah, today you get fact-checked pretty quickly, that is true. That, not to say, like, it's interesting, right? Because you would think that nowadays fact-checking is easier because we have so much access to information online. Like, we have such easy access to information. You would think that people are more informed.
Intervene.
And technically, it is true that he can be more informed. But then at the same time, there's also more fake news out there than ever before because of the way people consume media, right? Because a lot of people fall for algorithms and they don't fact check the information they see online, right? So sometimes technically we have access to more information, so technically we should be more informed and have more have, you know, be able to know the truth. But sometimes I feel like the opposite might be true. Yeah, exactly, Samara. Hey, Frank, I'm good. How are you doing? I did not 5-0. I did not, unfortunately. We have more access to the information they pay for us to see. Yeah. That's why I do think that people, especially like at school, should learn a lot more how to look at information seen on the internet. But the problem is, even like, I feel like a lot of people are aware of algorithms existing and the fact that they see the content that is catered towards them, right? I think a lot of people are aware of that. But you still get manipulated by, like, you can't avoid it. Like, even if you're aware of it, it still happens, you know? You can be as aware as you want, you will still get affected and kind of like maybe even subconsciously get manipulated by the information that you see, right? No matter how logical you're thinking about it, no matter how rational you are, no matter how aware you are, it still happens. So that's the scary thing, yeah. Obviously, there's people that are easier to manipulate and that believe everything they see, but then there's also people that have critical thinking and they still get manipulated, which is very scary for sure. Well, anyway, I'm gonna have to leave because I need to get my workout done before my meeting, so I have to go. I'm already late. Oh God. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you entertaining me while I'm walking and playing Mythic Plus. Remember, tomorrow we're doing the sunrise hike. It's going to be very, very cool. I know it's at like at the weirdest time ever because that's when sunrises are. So if you're not going to be awake at that time, then, you know, it is what it is. I totally get it. But if you, for whatever reason, are going to be awake at 5 a.m. approximately, between 5 a.m. and 8 a.m. CET time, then you should check out my stream because we're doing a sunrise hike. I'm going to hike up a mountain in the darkness to then catch the sunrise on top of the mountain. It's hopefully going to be good. The weather is maybe not the greatest, so I hope we see the sun. Might be fully covered in clouds, who knows? Hey Brittany, what's up? How are you doing? Hello, hello. But yeah, the sunrise is at 7:30 a.m. So if you can't catch the hiking part, but you still want to catch the sunrise, it's a little bit before 7:30. It's like 7:20 or so is when it starts. So I hope that we can see the sunrise. And I hope that I manage to get the setup to work, because it's a bit complicated, right? Like, I'm going to have to somehow carry all of my stuff with me, and I'm going to have to figure it out. But I'm going to start streaming at around 5 a.m., maybe a little bit earlier. And then we'll see if we can make it work. Hey, Chris, what's up? How are you? But yeah, so I'll see you guys tomorrow for that. I'm really excited for it. Thanks for hanging out today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let's find somebody to host real quick. Dun, 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 dun. Maybe we can host a real life streamer. There's a guy on a boat. This looks cool. This guy's fishing. Guess we're watching a guy fishing on a boat. Why not? But yeah, guys, if you could leave me a follow if you are not following my stream yet, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you very, very much. Helps me out a lot. Check out my YouTube channel. I'm posting videos there all the time. I might be posting more videos about my real-life adventures as well there soon. But there's obviously also World of Warcraft guides and stuff on there as well, if that's something that interests you. But maybe more real-life stuff there too. And then check out my Instagram and my TikTok and all that stuff. And yeah, have fun watching the fisherman on the boat. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for the sunrise hike, all right? Have a good one, and I'll see you tomorrow very early in the morning, all right? Goodbye.